What's going on? Can you hear me now? I think we're good. Are we back? Are we up and running? I tell you, machines are like people, man. You give them a smoke break, you got to retrain them. It's like I was very sick for the last few days, and in that time, I did no streams. And then as soon as I loaded everything up again, my software was like, "Man, we don't want to work today." It was doing something like that, I guess, because that was a very strange situation, but nothing a little Pro Tools reboot up the scoot and change around the whole gluteal couldn't fix. We're rhyming like Dr. Seuss today, I guess. We'll see how that plays out. I imagine it's going to change and it won't be consistent throughout this stream, but audio is back. Waiting for my checks. We're good. Sound okay. Video okay. All right, good. We're doing well. So I'll tell you, we got a song pulled up here. We got a song pulled up here. How many of you guys have been sick recently? Because I feel like there's something going down. A buddy of mine was sick, and then I was in this bar doing some like sound stuff, and everybody in there, I think, was like every other word was coughing and doing so. It feels like it's out there. So as soon as I don't know, it was like a day or two after that, I left that gig doing sound, like live sound. I was messed up for a long time. The last stream, you could kind of hear it. If you heard me, like, I was like choking underneath, like I would, in the middle of saying stuff. And it was, I'm sure I said it on the stream that I'm not feeling so great at the moment because it started to creep up on me through that stream. That said, we're in a good place now. Things are going to be good. It's good enough for rock and roll, as we say. You're never going to be in perfect health all the time. It's just not the way it is. And luckily, that doesn't happen to me very often. So when it happens, it happens. When we come in here, let's show you what's going on the screen. I apologize for that craziness, and anybody, who's stuck with me, I appreciate that. And, technical difficulties with nothing a Pro Tools preference whole reboots, trash the preferences, the thing people do. And then you got to do a bunch of stuff to get it back in line usually. Re-import your I/O settings or whatever it is that you guys do on your end. But for me, I always have to go through a little bit of a loop every time that happens. Doesn't usually happen that often, but that said, one time is too often, right? Honestly, when we're trying to get work done, it's a little annoying. That said, what else? Let's check the effects real quick. We got our go-to sound effect of prosperity, the bicycle horn, and we throw that on anytime we get anybody joining us who's a friendly face that we've seen before. We throw that in there. Let's make sure I got the right chat up here. I think I do. GDP. We got how we doing, GDP? Sounding good? You could hear the voice? Let's hear the music. I'm going to play through the music real quick while I set up anything else real quick, just so you guys can hear this track we're going to work on. And I'll be doing this, the majority of it in SSL 360. And if you're not familiar with that, once you load your SSL channel strip on every channel, like I've done here, every channel that's got a color to it, the stuff that's this olive is always a bus, but everything else is a track with audio on it. All that, every single one gets one of these 4KG. The trigger tracks have been imported. Like every session I do, I import the same trigger template thing that I created a dog's age ago, and it has the SSL Waves channel on it still. But the rest of the tracks, and it's barely tweaked, but I just have it on there as that's the EQ I used whatever era ago. I started using Trigger 2 a long time ago. And now 4KG is on everything. So as you dial something here, it also shows up here. Voila. This is actually my favorite way to work as of recently, because it's just something about this overview of the entire console and the fact that when you twist knobs here. You don't actually see the waveforms. There's a huge benefit to being a little more non-visual, and it shows up here. And we're going to throw another SSL bus comp on our mix bus, because I feel like that's the sweet spot when you start using SSL 360. You might use a parallel for drums, maybe for bass or something, depending on how you like to do bass. I usually don't use a parallel for bass because there's almost always for me like a DI sound and an amp sound. So that said, I'm usually getting what I need out of both of those and then sending those either to, one bus to combine them and then go to the mix bus, or it's just going straight to the mix bus and it's just being combined there rather than being combined on a bus, one or the other. I spent a lot of time kind of doing it both, trying, all right, I like this for this song, this for this song. It depends what you're going for. If you want to like blend a nice dirty track in, maybe you'll run a parallel, make it super distorted, and then, combine those into a nice blend and then send that to the mix bus. It's up to you. But I'm going to throw a mix bus compressor on here once we start rocking and rolling. Also, the coolest part about this is stop, rewind, like play without looking at the session and jumping through it. There is no substitute for that if you want the quickness of being, of having your labels, verse, pre-chorus, chorus. I like that a lot. There's probably a way to do this in SSL 360. I just don't know how to do it yet, where you can sort of connect, whatever this is on the timeline to some, something on the other page that it'll get us there. I just don't know how to use that yet. To be honest with you, I use the SSL UF8 only for automation, generally. I do the rest of my balance moves and stuff right in, just using the mouse, but I'll use this for automation. And I use the UC1 all the time, always, but I don't use any of if there's shortcuts or, I don't use any of that stuff. But I bet you there's ways to jump around the session from the other window using just the quick keys and the shortcuts. And I just haven't explored that to the fullest. I probably should. But that's also kind of like me. I'll have a piece of gear for a really long time and figure out all the features it does years down the road. Sorry. It's something that I use things for what I need them for, and I don't really go deep to figure out what else they can do. But in this case, it would be useful. So it's not a good thing. You should probably read every manual of everything you ever buy. And then in actuality, you'll read 1 out of every 5 or 1 out of every 10 manuals. This is kind of how it works. We'll make this thing happen. Here we go. Let's start it. Sorry, I'm going to jump back to where we were roughly, somewhere over here.
Try try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They want to erase you. Before you try to get to me. Gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They want to erase you. Try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They're coming to While she walk by me. While she walk past. While she walk by me. While she walk past. While she walk by me. While she walk past.
Okay, I think we're rocking and rolling. Everybody can hear everything still, so that's good. All right, now I'm going to start making some real moves because I just like to get a sense of what's there before I start twisting knobs. I don't usually do more than one playthrough, though. Like, one playthrough is enough. Now we start twisting. So let's jump into it, and we will see what's popping. Now, I'm just going to start from the top, and I'm going to jump over to the other view because I'm liking this view, and I wish it would stay here when I hit that button for 360. I got to figure out why it doesn't. Maybe it's because I need to hit the other button. Let's see. If you touch the UF8 button, that's what happens. What if I touch this button? If you touch the UC1 button, you go here. That's good to know. If you touch the 360 button on the UF8, it takes you to that menu. I don't want that menu. I want this. So now we start. And now we're going to stick up here for a little while. I like it up here. Fast forward, rewind, and play. Let's see what happens, guys. Also, somebody had asked me about routing. Like, can you do routing changes on there, you know, in a Christopher Walken kind of accent? You know, can you do routing? And I said, listen, I can do everything you could do on the plugin, you know, or on the console right here. Because up here, it's kind of small, but maybe you could see what I'm dealing with. It says, hold on, let me zoom in physically. I'm looking at, it's like, what am I looking at? I know, I'll tell you what's there. EQ, dynamics, filters. And you get to play with it and put it where you want. So you can create any sort of routing that you desire. The default routing works most of the time. And up here is the same section that you would get if you were jamming over here and you open this, and the bottom right, like this is the same as the top. So we have our EQ to filters to dynamics, and that's the default. But if I change anything, sometimes I will do dynamics, then EQ, if anything gets changed. Usually that's the only thing I want different sometimes. Instead of EQ into the dynamics, I want the EQ after the dynamics. It's not an always thing. It's a sometimes. Every once in a while, you may say, on what? What do you use that on if you do use it? Vocals, a lot of times. A lot of things benefit from that spanky sound that the SSL gives by doing EQ into compression. But some things you don't want always that much smack. Sometimes you want the other way, that spanky kind of aggressive grab when you have a little compression on there. It'll sound very different to go the other way when you put it after. So EQ after dynamics on vocals is sometimes the move if I don't want it to sound so SSL-y, as a way to put it, so spanky. Then you do it up the other way. What's going on, Mr. Psychotronic? How we doing over there? Mr. Psychotronic, the bicycle horn of prosperity and good luck. That's what you get, my friend. Middle of a coffee madness. Oh, yes. Coffee madness. I don't even mess with the coffee much these days. I don't mess with the coffee. By the way, studio sessions, if you're around still, I don't know if you catch this later. Thank you for letting me know that the audio was out on the last one. If you didn't catch it, I started a stream and it needed a reboot, guys. It needed a freaking reboot. And the weird thing was it was working perfectly. GDP even said it was working for like 10, 15 seconds and then it went out, which is even crazier. I don't know how that is. Like, I thought it was working in my test, and then when I went to go live, I thought it was out the whole time. But anyway, I don't want to get into that. But the last, I feel like in all these streams, it's been 24. It's a fairly decent record. We've only had 2 issues so far with any of them. 2 stream issues. Like 2 of the streams had an issue where things had to go crazy on us. But other than that, I feel like we're doing okay. I don't know. Bada bing. I think we're doing all right. So anyway, if you need to mess with the order, you just start clicking. You see there's a down arrow. Once you click that, it'll shift the stuff around. So you want dynamics up, you click this, it goes up. But what I'm telling you is over here, you get the same thing on the top. You just have to make this thing significantly larger to be able to see what the words say here. Because for me, it just looks like hieroglyphics from where I sit right now. I could see all these knobs and stuff, but that's hieroglyphics up here. That's just too small. But I know there's a way to make this whole thing bigger, but I kind of like how you guys can see every move I make now. If I make it bigger, I'm going to have to scroll up and down as I touch different things so you can see everything, which is a little bit herky-jerky. Let's see if I do that. Nah, it doesn't really help. It doesn't really help like that. Does it help? No, it doesn't really help. Doesn't really help. So here we go. Starting out, let's start rocking and rolling. By the way, I always start with the kick. I always start with the kick. Why? Because it's at the top of my session. So if I'm listening to a song, it's actually the same way I mix live. Like when it's a band playing live, if the audience doesn't feel the kick drum punching them in the chest, like if they don't feel the thunder in the room from the kick drum, they're never going to think the band sounds good. And if we're talking about rock, that's what I'm talking about. If we're talking about heavy music of any kind, where there's guitars and stuff, it's heavy, yeah. If you're talking about like a jazz trio or something, the drums play a different role completely. So the drums are not the kick drum in jazz. I mean, the kick is not the kick drum in jazz. That's how I look at it. The whole thing is set up different. It's almost like the hi-hat becomes the kick drum, and the whole balance is very different as a result. Whereas when you think about rock, the heartbeat is the kick. So you got to put it there and make it where all of a sudden you feel the song a little bit. So it's not unusual for me to make the kick like it when I'm mixing. The first thing I touch, give it nice amount of low end and make it punch, even where I have to lower everything else in the band other than that to be able to make that almost a little too loud. Same with the snare. Then once you start EQing the rest of it, it'll fill out the space and everything will start to sound great. Once you deal with guitars, when you deal with other things, but if that kick is barely audible when you start, it's not the right place to be, in my opinion. And it's very often you need to give the kick that love. So it's not always just low end, but sometimes it's just a little low end, a little bit on top, and take some of the middle away if it's too muddy in there. And now all of a sudden we have a kick that's not stepping on other things and is clearly audible. What's going on over there, James Campbell Gray 3203? What's poppin', dude? How you doing? You get a special sound yourself. You get one of these right here. You get a glockenspiel because that's the sound of welcome for anybody who decides to come through. Check this out. You're all welcome. If you have a session, open it up. It's like we're in one giant studio on different sides of the freaking hallway. Everybody working, doing their thing. I love it. That's how we roll. And I think it might encourage people to get more work done. So that's what we're going to do. It's good to see you, James Campbell. It's good to see you, buddy. All right, here we go. Let's run some. Who's running it? We are. Let's run some. Yeah, we don't deal with OBS anymore, Mr. Psychotronic. It was making my system. I sounded like a stuttering fool just now. It was making my system very slow. I don't know what it was, but it was the 4K, multiple cameras of it, because we got a couple views and stuff now in case I decide to do automation. We got that view, the double face jam, and then we got this. So as we go through and automation happens, you'll see it in real time. As I mix here, you'll see it. But the point is, OBS really slows your computer down if you have a Mac, especially. It's not, I wouldn't say if you have a Mac. I would say if you have a Mac, you can use software that's much more efficient for a Mac. Like Ecamm is Mac software. So it almost acts, and I'm going to knock on wood right now, it acts like it's not there. Like when I'm mixing, it's not sluggish, it's nothing. Whereas with OBS, it was getting sluggish sometimes, and it was very weirdly unpredictable with when it would do that and when it wouldn't. And it was just sort of, as soon as I changed software, I never had that issue again. So, but I don't think the issue I had earlier today was software related. If we're not talking, it was Pro Tools related, not software, because I didn't get any audio passing through my speakers. So it wasn't just that you guys were like hearing it only in the left or not. There was like some bug that takes over Pro Tools that made it where I couldn't even hear audio without the software. Like there was nothing streaming unrelated. There was no audio coming through my speakers. So passing through Pro Tools, the speakers are connected to the outputs of Pro Tools. Why couldn't I hear anything? It wasn't coming out the headphones, wasn't coming out the speakers. Very crazy. So that's how I know it has nothing to do with Ecamm from, where I sit anyway. I don't think it did, because Ecamm's got nothing to do with any of that. But yeah, Ecamm Live, dude, that's what I'm using now. So let me start twisting knobs, and I'm happy to jump. I'm going to jump back and forth in there. Let's see how much we can get done tonight. Let's do it. Without further ado, rocking and rolling with the kick drum.
I'm calling the animals. They're caught in the chemicals. 'Cause it's killing their insides. They're screaming your name.
what I notice is the groups apply there, which is kind of cool. So if you have your bass grouped, for example, and I make a tweak and I have them globally, which is something I do all the time, and I've talked about it before. If this is the first stream you're catching, you haven't seen it, you go in here, you go to globals, and you ba 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 ba. You turn you clickety clackety, make sure these things are checked up, because if they are, your controls are checked, your bypasses are checked. That means you turn one, they all go, which is helpful for things like overheads. It's or a guitar, you might have, I don't know. It's helpful for stuff you want to move together, like a room left, room right. You probably want to EQ the sides similarly or the same. Same for overheads or stuff like that. But I'm on a bass right now, when I hear what this bass is doing, I don't hate the sound. That's the first thing I'm noticing, is that this bass sound is somehow kind of cool for this song. I could do better though. I can make it a little bit better. We're gonna do stuff with it. There's nothing going on it at all right now, but I'm gonna ungroup it so that I can treat the direct signal different than the rest. And I may not even use this bass SM58. I'm using a D112, a direct, and an SM58. So the direct is obviously just plugged in. It's probably through the console and then directly into the interface, but the console's the DI really. And then the SM58, typical vocal mic of every freaking karaoke singer in the whole, every bar in the world. The most popular microphone, I'd say, probably ever, the Shure SM58 for singers. I don't think you could beat a $99 SM58. I still, when I gig out, I'll always carry an SM58 with me all the time, because you'd be surprised. Sometimes, like wherever you're playing, they might, it's rare out here where I am, it's rare that there's like a bar that's going to be like, here, use this mic. But certain events and circumstances might dictate they bring a mic. They have the mic set up for you. But there's something about using the same mic that anybody else used that kind of bugs me, because I'm weird and I don't like to freaking share germs and, be all lipping something that somebody else was all lipping. I don't know about you. I don't like it. So I bring my own microphone and I keep it in my pocket just in case. And then if I can, we switch it out. But I tell you, on a number of occasions, I've had weird things go down. Like this one place we played, there was a long time ago, there was a Beta 58, like the Shure Beta version 58. And for some reason, I mean, it's something to do with the fact that it was fan and power. It was shocking me. Like every time I touch it, it was shocking me. It probably had something to do with something else, like one of the cables connected through the guitar and the pedal board and the whatever, the freaking shoes I was wearing, the spot I was standing, who knows? Could have been a bunch of stuff, but I was creating the ground every time I touched it. It was like sping, sping. It kept getting me. So just switching that mic to, this is probably around the time I started doing something like this. I just switched the mic and it didn't happen. So it was probably a faulty mic and had nothing to do with everything else I just said. But that's happened on a couple occasions where just having a mic like right there, very helpful. But the Shure SM58 doubles as a hammer. The freaking thing is like it's a workhorse. It's a workhorse. So that's how we do. Yeah, we sorted it out, man. James, we sorted it out, dude. It's yep, it's I used OBS for years to make videos. Like every video I've ever made when I started doing the YouTube stuff about 2 years ago was all OBS. I think it's been 2 years. Maybe it's longer now. I don't know. But I'll tell you, that stuff, all OBS. And then as soon as I started to stream was the only time I noticed stuff I couldn't deal with. There was problems here and there. Like you'd open it and the whole scene would be flipped upside down, and then you'd have to close it and reopen it, or it's very ridiculous. Some weird stuff would go down, no question. But when I was streaming, it was completely unreliable for my computer to work efficiently. And as soon as I switched to Ecamm Live, it's changed stuff. Not sponsored or anything. It's just what I use and it works. But today's problem had nothing to do with that, I don't think. To the best of my knowledge, doesn't have anything to do with that. Here we go. Now that our bass is ungrouped. there's some weird trigger that we don't want audible, and it is audible. Where is that? And why is that? It's probably this. Let's get rid of. I don't like to turn any triggers or anything on until we know we need it. Until then, it's like, stay out of here, triggers. So I keep them at negative infinity. You could mute them too so that you could see it easier, but I just make sure everything's at negative infinity down here. And where are we at? All right, that should be better. It's like I was hearing a weird trigger in there. It was bugging me. So with the bass, what do I like to do? I like to figure out if I can get the sound that I want out of, you could have 4 amp mics. If they sort of do something as a combination, that's cool. But you got to get a consistent low end out of something. I know a lot of guys like to use the direct for the low end specifically. And mainly, I have a thing where you could use the direct for the low end, but you could also use the amp for the low end. You could kind of do a combination. Like, you don't have to. I think there's a misconception that sometimes people just use the low end on a direct signal and they don't use low end on any, like they do that thing where I've actually talked about this before. Sometimes it's helpful, but sometimes it's not, where you take out low end out of one mic and then exactly, on the other ones, it's there. And then you take out the rest of, the top end from the one you didn't remove low end on. So they're opposites, filling a puzzle, so to speak. I don't always love the results of that because I find where those crossovers are, it will become sort of weak points in the sound. And that's irrespective of whether or not you use linear phase EQs or not. I actually don't. I like to rock with the SSL channel strips, and I think for decades and decades and decades, people were using those and things were sounding great. And the idea that you need to use linear phase or something when I don't agree with it. I think everything you do with EQ is going to mess with the phase, and it's whether or not you prefer the sound. Every knob turn you make is really all it is. If you prefer the sound of a linear phase EQ, then go with that. A lot of times, if I'm doing that kind of puzzle piece thing, I do use a linear phase EQ because it cancels things out a little bit less. However, when I deal with like a direct signal, what I was trying to explain originally is I'll just try to get the most out of all the signals, and then the blend is the thing I care about, but I'm not usually puzzle piecing so much. That's an option, but it's not the only option. You could use the amp sound for the low end and the direct for some low end and that, bitey part of the bass that's super articulate, because that's what a direct gives you. So when I take that part out of the signal, like if I use a direct for just low end, I don't like how I lose all that good bitiness. So I like to keep the bitiness in there and just sort of blend it with the amp mics. And on the amp mics, I might use maybe a little less low end, but maybe not. Maybe this just as much. And, I like a lot of low end. So I'm always fighting how much low end I want in a song, because if it was up to me, I would have tons of low end. So, that's my way to go about it. But it's not going to be to the benefit of the music to do that, because the more low end you have in there, other stuff cannot simultaneously live there once you just made the bass take up so much room. And I think that's the thing that you got to sort of think about a little bit. So as we rock and roll, I might boost some 200. I might get rid of some of the parts of the middle that might step on guitars a little bit, and I might put in some 1K. I like 1K, 1.3K on a bass, even upwards 2K, sometimes 2.5. Add over it and turn it up a lot on a wide Q, and really bring up the top end so you can hear the articulation. When you got a bass player who's really good, you want to hear that. You don't just want the low rumble. So could you boost some 80 hertz or something? Yeah, do whatever you want. You can go under the 80 if you want to, like, do a pseudo kind of sub-octave thing. I'd twist this down to 40 or 30, boost up if I want to bring that, if I want the bass to be lower than the kick. It's not always that I want that. There's so many options. That's why I actually, even though I was sick, like I was looking forward to coming back and mixing, because if I don't twist knobs for a few days, I get kind of roughed up on that, man. I definitely get kind of roughed up on it. Yeah, linear phase EQ is its own thing, and there's a lot of people I think who get confused at thinking that they need it. They need it all the time. They need it all the time. Nah, man. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if I just had an SSL console in front of me, I don't think I would be saying, like, I only would work with this SSL console in front of me if I also had a linear phase EQ plugin. Then I could do it. No, I'd be like, thank you for the SSL console. I will see you in 17 years when it's paid off or something, you know? That's what I would say. So it's okay. Also, don't be afraid to switch the jams on the EQs. You see these, you'll see me switch to the black mode a lot, especially on drums. There's a couple things I like it on. It's just a different flavor EQ. Arguably, I don't know what you'd call it. I hate using words like aggressive and stuff. You'll listen to it. It's just different, and then you get the bell options instead of the multiplier options. You know how this is times 3 divided by 3 for the mid zone here, the two mid channels. But it also just sounds different because the Q on, I believe it's on this one, the Q, this is constant Q, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I never remember what it is, but it's like a 942, 992. I don't know. I'm not a freaking calculator, but they're two different model, circuits, and they sound different. That's how I look at it. I'm sure there's a more detailed explanation for that. I'm sure GDP probably knows the more detailed explanation for that, but all I know is this one is the one I'll pick up when I want to kind of get a little more surgical with it, and this one's the one that if I need more brute force and just kind of more of a sound, like a color to it, I might switch to the BLK mode. So let's see what we got here. If I'm not mistaken, the BLK one was first, and then the 942 version, whatever, 992 version. I don't know the numbers. I think it's 992, 942, something like that. My brain's telling me that. If you guys know the answer, throw it in there. I know it says it right on the SSL page, but my memory's not too good. As soon as I get sick, it's like the processing power in my head goes way down, but we're still doing well over here. Let's also get our parallel bus set up before I touch drums anymore. So 7980, we got a bus comp on it. We're dealing with 4-to-1 ratio, fast release. The attack I might keep here or make it a little slower if it's snapping at me too much, like a snapping turtle. If it starts to like grab too much, I slow the attack down. But for a parallel drum bus that you hit pretty hard, like 8 dB of gain reduction probably-ish, maybe more, 812, something could be a lot. I don't really mind if the attack's kind of up there because we're going to get our punch from these channels that don't go here because these go directly to the mix bus. They also go here. So why not have a nice version of it that has less. When people say punch, what they mean is more transient. It has less transient here, but that's okay because we got all our transient here. That's the beauty of parallel. You can kind of get it to work with you instead of like just as another effect. You get both. Like we'll get both transient and smush sound blended together because we use that in parallel. What are we, 77, 78? Was that what it said? $79.80. See that? That's what I mean by like, I'll get there, guys. Don't worry about it. $79.80. Now, a lot of times, if you've never done it like this, you set one of them up, and then for overheads and stuff, you're going to want to follow main pan because left and right, you want to kind of match, but for you want the pan to go there of this send also, is my point. Once I set one, I just drag it over, and then you're good. So you don't really need to populate them all. I just populate them and then drag them and copy them in place.
not make you a criminal.
It's amazing how much parallel adds just out the gate. So a lot of times what I'm doing is how few moves can I make to get good, like good results. How few? What's the least shortest possible distance from here to there? And that's why lately I haven't even been sending bass stuff to a parallel track, or not a parallel track, but like sending the bass to blend together onto this bass bus and then send that to the mix bus. People do that through their session a lot of times for everything. I don't like that idea. If I can just take my acoustic guitars and send them right to the mix bus with a little love from an SSL channel, why do I need to send these 2 acoustic guitars? This is 2 mics on an acoustic. Why do I need to send it to one bus and then send it there? It's just that extra step is annoying. And it's something that you can't be the same in every track. So you're always like adding things. You're always like doing more. Whereas if it always goes to the mix bus, you're okay. What's the worst that could happen is you'll twist these EQ knobs and be like, I want them to be the same. So you copy the EQ onto the other channel. Big deal. Or you globally group them. So when you twist the buttons, the knobs, they both go. Big deal. You know what I'm saying? The only reason I could see it is if you can't load 2 of the plugins, because it's going to slow your computer down too much. So you want one, so you throw it on a bus. Okay, but that's not the way people would work ideally. That's what I'm saying. Ideally, you throw an extra channel on it, and then you don't have to send it to a bus. Like, stay off the constant bus flow, in my opinion. But some people like it. I used to do it with everything, and I know how much. That's how I know how annoying it is to mix that way. And then the VCAs won't work the way you ideally want them to. Nothing is going to work the way, in my opinion, the smoothest way, unless you just have the smoothest session, everything directly to the mix bus, if you can get away with it. That's the best way to rock, if you can get away with it. It's not always possible. It's just not always possible. You'll see what I mean as we go through. Sometimes you got to create new things. Let's go to the SSL channel thing again. Love that. Bing. Okay, love this freaking thing. BLK should be the black EQ. Yeah, the black EQ is like 942 or 9, and the regular one is 992 or 982. There's a difference there of like 40 model numbers like between them. I don't know why they did that, but 942, 982, or 992, like there's a difference there. And one of them is I don't know. I don't know the difference, but they sound different. That's what I know. One of them's more aggressive sounding. So like on the kick, a lot of times drums for me, I'll flip it. It depends. If I want this shelf at the bottom anyway, and it's working, I might just live with it. But like here, check the difference real quick. It's not the most stark difference right now. In solo, you could hear the difference way more. The black is much rounder, but it's also a symptom of this, the fact that, let's see what else is different, if anything. No, it's just that this is a good example on snare because there's no multiplier on. Just flipping it to the other style EQ becomes way rounder, like less pokey, more low end in it. So that's a good example, the snare. Hear how much more like a apparent high end there is when I switch them. And that's without the multipliers on or anything. Cool. Let's keep rocking. Just want to move through. Sometimes I get caught listening. Don't get caught listening to your own stuff. Keep it moving. Here's a good tip. When I hear that the cymbals like that, it's not that I don't like them. I start to think this is a good use for the Ocean Way plugin, because the reason I would pull it up is when I feel like the room is not big enough for the cymbals. So the thing about cymbals is if you have cymbals ringing for a long time, that works okay in a big room, or at least a room with tall ceilings. As soon as you have a very small, tight room and you have a cymbal ringing that never really ends, it sort of has a weird tendency to make the cymbal feel very close to you when you can't put space around it. And it's not just reverb, really. I mean, that's really all we're talking about is reverb. I just like the way Ocean Way sets there's something about that plugin that makes a reverb sound very natural on cymbals to create the sound of a room. If you've ever recorded drums in a big room, it does to me more than just a reverb, because I'm a huge Little Plate fan, and the Abbey Road Chamber. There's a lot of plugins I like for reverb, but I can't seem to get away from wanting, at least for the first test, to throw on a little Ocean Way for overheads that sound too close to me. So I'm just going to throw that on real quick. But most of what I do, I try to stick with as little additional stuff Like as little additional stuff as I can get away with, I try to stick with. So if I can keep it all on the SSL, I will. I'll add these other mics to it also. I like how it starts without them as the default. I do kind of appreciate that about this plugin though. And then which one? Just like any of these early jams are good starting points. And then you can kind of tighten it up. Like if that's too big, tighten it up. You can change the balance of all of them. I do have a tendency to really appreciate this plugin. Let's see what we like here. The other thing is I'm quite sure that I'm not getting the most out of the plugin because I barely touch it. I turn it on and I'll deal with the distance, and that's about it. I'm by no means an expert at this plugin. So the most I'm doing is controlling how near and how much far sound, how much near sound am I getting. That's like the most I'm doing typically. Sometimes who doesn't like to change mics up, so maybe, but I don't own any C12s and I love the way they sound as overhead mics or on a nice pristine vocal. And then the M50 is it M50 a ribbon? I don't think so. I think the M50 is a condenser. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't like to spew wrong information, so I'm not afraid to tell you I don't know. The M50, it's getting me like I know Beyerdynamic had a ribbon mic that had a number close to this. That might be throwing my head right now, but it certainly by all means looks like a condenser, but it might be a ribbon. Let me know about that. I'm curious. Let me find out about that. I'm curious. I'm curious about that. Let's see what happens here, guys. Let's start now that we've tweaked this a little. Let's I definitely like the sound way more without it at the moment, but I might automate it on in the choruses because that's really the only part I felt like needed something other than that dry sound. Let's deal with these vocals. That's the next thing in the line of what's annoying me. We'll come back to the drums in a second. Shigiono! What's poppin', Shigiono? You get the bicycle horn of greetings, good measure, good fortune, and hello. And Mr. Psychotronic, I think I hit you with that already. But you'll get a double because I really like the stuff you add to our Discord, my friend. And that's my other goal for tomorrow. I'm going to be on the Discord doing my thing tomorrow, catching up, partying in the sandbox. Gotta love that jam over there and what you guys add to it. I dig it. That's very cool stuff. And anybody who likes to do cool stuff with audio, whether it's rebuild stuff or like build your own pedals, build your own gear, I'm such a fan of that, man. I like the dudes who know how to code too. You know how to code and create plugins and stuff. That's its own kind of, grease today, as opposed to doing this, as opposed to the analog way about it. I like them both. That's a cool deal on both accounts. If you could do both of those things are outside the realm of what I know how to do. So I find it very cool to kind of just be a part of that, seeing how it plays out. It's good to see you, Shigiono. I was out sick there for a while. This last week was a rough one, but I got through it. We got it done, and I hope to not be sick again for another year, hopefully. Knocking on wood over here. Double horn indeed, my friend. All right, we're going to just start dialing in compression before EQ on these vocals. It's like the first thing I want to do is just control them. Then we'll figure out what we got to EQ. Jump back here to make sure. See, our all vocals. If I have this on when I'm twisting stuff, it would move everything. I don't have that on at the moment. We just have some overall I'm trying to visually understand the architecture of what's going on here. The vocals, this is our verses. Then it's the same thing in the chorus, but then these other vocals take over down here. It looks like. I may move these. Let's evaluate this. So that's what I noticed. There's something. So funny now that I use that every once in a while. I love this so much more. Like when it's this small, you don't, or at least where my screen's not that big. When I look at this freaking where the EQ is, like I don't even look. I'm twisting and I'm passively looking at the knob, passive, as opposed to the other way. It's bigger. I'm looking way more at the knob, so I see exactly where it is, how much I'm boosting or cutting or where the frequency thing is. The other way is so much more feel. This way. So interesting. Never would have thought that. Pong Master. How's it going over there, Pong Master? Bicycle horn of good luck, good measure, good fortune, and how we do. That's what's up. We are rocking and rolling. Hope everything's going okay over there with you. And the bunch of Studers that you had. That dude had a bunch of Studers. Studer consoles, if I'm not mistaken. It's hard to forget stuff like that. Did we just become best friends? Jeff Campbell said. Yes. Yes. It's also one of the best movies ever. And Neves. Ooh. I feel like every man deserves to have. I mean, it's what does deserve mean, right? But every man at some point deserves to be able to sit down behind either a Neve console, an API console, a Studer console, an SSL console, the Chandler Red Desk. The Chandler stuff is pretty ridiculous. I'm a huge fan of what they're doing now and how they're doing it with the 12 buckets. How they basically have these 12, it fits in a 12 size rack, and I think you can get buckets of 8 or 2. I don't know. I think you can do as little as buckets of, like, I think they said they were going to do a 2-channel thing too. So you can basically get 2 channels at a time or something if you want. I don't know. It was crazy. The Chandler thing they're doing just seems kind of revolutionary because it's a console that will fit in any rack, essentially. I've yet to see that. I thought that was really cool because it's the whole channel strip. It's what people have been doing forever, for ages. Like the Neve channel strips I have came out of a desk, and they're now in a thing that they needed to be built into a rack and wired so that you can hook a power supply up to it. But that's like what's been happening for years as people would part out the desks because for so long it's like I would love to have a few of these channels, but I don't want a freaking whole console of the same, of taking up my whole world in terms of footprint. Because as time goes on, I think people have less and less space. One thing they didn't make more of is real estate. So there's not a whole, the land is being, is getting diminished all the time. So there's less and less space than there ever was before. So I don't know. The idea of like you can put a console in any desk is so kind of cool to me. Anything with a rack, you can now have a Chandler, either the red or their TG or the what is it? The one with the germanium stuff in it, the other option. It's just so cool. I don't know. Something about that has really got my attention, I'll tell you right now. We're going to throw our bus compressor on momentarily. We don't have any bus compression on or nothing right now. Shigiono digging the good vibrations. Awesome, man. I appreciate that. I have a new YouTube profile. Pongmaster123's got a new YouTube profile pic. That's why. Yeah, you used to have a Studer on there. This is like, this is like a distant view. It looks like a cool pic, but I tell you that I know firsthand that photos like don't translate to the YouTube profile pic because they're so much smaller on everyone's wherever they're looking, your phone or your screen or whatever. But it's like I got the version everybody's stuff kind of blown up to be able to read the comments from a distance, and I gotta say, it's some pics translate way better than others. Like the Shigiono TH Music with that he made that logo. That thing jumps off the page because it's kind of built for this. It's built for like a small. It's a great logo because it's such a good logo because it's built for that tiny view. But yeah, dude. I have a new YouTube profile pic. There is my first Neve, only from the side though. That's awesome. What kind of Neve? What kind of Neve is that? What kind of Neve is that? What was the one that unfortunately got destroyed in the fire at Bob Clearmountain's at Mix This? what Neve did he have there? Yeah, my pleasure, Shigeono, man. I just feel, like the Mr. Psychotronic. Your profile picture is awesome, also, just because it's so crazy looking. Like that's awesome. That's awesome, dude. But listen, a profile picture with a Neve in it is awesome, also. I'm not saying it's not. That's amazing. It's just like sometimes it takes some time to find the right angle of something that's going to translate to like a little tiny logo. I remember in my own experience figuring out what to put up. It's almost like it's hard to judge stuff when it's that small. It's just hard to know what will work that way. At least I couldn't figure out what would work that way until I tried a couple things, and then something was like, okay, that works good enough. And then the trick is just leave it there. Like, don't change it. Leave it the same always. To me, that's a big thing. It's like changing it up makes people be like, is this the same thing as we were? Yeah, it's the same thing. Don't change it up. Gotta love a good. Go to a different part in the song. The guitars are doing pretty well. They're kind of holding us down right now. Can't have a track without some Radiohead-esque acoustics in there, man. And this is a 2-mic acoustic situation, so let's make sure the panning is good. Well, I like to keep that stuff down the center, and right now we're hard left and hard right. So I may change that, because it gives me an uneasy feeling. The reason it sort of works now and it feels wider, like when I listen to that, it's just so much more focused. It's less wide, but it's more focused when I just center them both. When I go hard left and hard right, one of these is way more low end than the other one. Like the mics, this is actually, in my opinion, a good combination of 2 mics on an acoustic. You kind of want one that you don't want them both to sound the same. You really want, if you can help it, one that you put towards the sound hole, if you will. Like I like it behind, like don't actually point at the sound hole. You could point behind it towards where the saddle is, and a lot of times that's a better place to point it. Or you could point at the 12th fret, kind of the opposite way, going towards the guitar if you were just going to mic it with 1 mic. If you're going to mic it with 2, I often will put one closer towards, where the neck is, pointing kind of at the 12th fret, but more that way, and then one behind it. And then listen to the 2 mics here. And this one. This second mic is super thin. And if, that one would be the one that's more up by the neck and the fingers. And then this other one, super, like more boom. By itself, it almost sounds too dark. But when you put them together, now you're getting, just like you would mic a guitar amp, one that's more pokey, one that has more low end and is rounder from like the back of a guitar amp. So in a case like this, I don't want to group these and then twist one knob and have them both change because they sound so different. Like one EQ move is going to make, if I took low end out of the one that's very thin, that wouldn't be a good move. And if I took low end out of the one that's nice and boomy, that might be what I need to kind of make it fit in the track. But I don't want to actually globally group that with the other one. So making sure there's no acoustic global grouping here. And we're going to adjust only this track. I'm not going to do it in solo. I just wanted you guys to hear the different mics, but we'll do this in the solid view. I may give low end to the one that's thin, take low end away from the one that's boomy, because the one that's boomy was a little too boomy. The one that's thin might be a little too thin, but let's listen in the track to figure it out. Going to compress now. I like to kind of keep a little shine on the top of the acoustic, but you don't always need so much of the middle. It depends what you want to get from the acoustic. Do you just want to create a percussive part that accents the electrics, or do you want to actually hear the acoustic? If you want to hear it, you want more of the mids and kind of to focus it and then get the way an acoustic sounds. It's really good when I think almost Beatles-esque. It's not always this big boomy thing. It's just it cuts through the mix because it has a lot of that mid-range love, little in the low mids, little in the high mids, but nothing boomy. So not like 200, not like 300, sometimes just above that. And I like to just use the filters on the EQ and just sort of just give me that. But if I want the acoustic to just create a shimmer on top and accent the electrics, then I really just want some top end, and I might take out a lot of the rest. Check two. Check two. Checking two. All right, let's get to the electric guitars right now. Now that we're starting to build this mix a little bit, I am going to jump in here, throw on an SSL bus comp. Because if you throw this on too late, it's not always a benefit either. I do like to get the balance sort of okay, but now that the drums take up a lot of space and I'm liking them, I do want to see what everything does with a little bit of glue because I know it's going to be there in the end. It's like not like I'm going to get done with this mix and say, okay, this is great with no compression on it. I'm definitely going to put something on there. And the SSL workflow and style, when you don't use that much on every channel other than an EQ, your SSL channel or whatever, that's it. If you're not using tons of color and flavor and stuff, I find even more of a use for putting compression on early. Whereas if I go through every track and hit it with tons of stuff before I get to the mix bus stage of let's try some, that's the only time I might put less on the mix bus, maybe not even put a compressor in that rare case. It's possible. But when I'm using like the Mark Daniel Nelson sidecar, the thing usually doing like 1 to 2 dB of gain reduction. It could be doing a little more, but it always kind of just barely ever gets above 3 barely. Usually it's 1 to 2. And if it goes to 3, that's a rare case. Whereas on the SSL, I do find I can kind of hit it a little bit more, 2 to 4 dB, even over that, and sometimes that's okay. So once I put this on, we have to start setting. So I'm going to start tweaking stuff. I usually start with it wide open. If you're thinking about like where should you start your settings, start wide open, threshold all the way up as high as it'll go essentially, and then dial your attack in like 3 times when you're mixing. Think about it like the first time you dial it in, you're just trying to figure out where it starts sounding a little bit gluey to you, but very little amount of glue. Because once you start mixing stuff and you tweak the rest, like the guitars or whatever I have left to tweak, it's going to send more level into this, guaranteed. Because part of as you're going and mixing stuff, like the volume comes up even if you're very meticulous about like checking everything before every EQ you do a volume balance and then on-off bypass. Does it better? Is it not better? Is it better? Is it not better? You could spend your life doing that, and then you still, at the end, 9 out of 10 times you're actually sending more level in just as a result of the fact that there's, less peak and more, more actual signal because the crest factor changes. So once you get to this, all of a sudden, the more level factor adds up across your whole mix and you actually are sending more level. So I like to just leave myself a little room. That means at the end of the mix, it might be 4 dB if it's 2 dB when I set it the first time. So I'm going to set it a couple times as we mix. The first time I'll set it somewhere where I'm getting approximately 2 dB. Then I'll finish up doing what I'm doing. Mix, guitars, whatever. Come back to this thing, and then we're going to see what it's doing. It's usually more than where it started. Not always, but habits do create sort of the pattern that works for you. And what works for me is set it a little lighter than I would typically have it working. And by the time I'm done, it usually gets close to where I like it. And if not, you could always change the settings again. But same with attack. If I make the attack too quick, I never like the way this bus compressor sounds. I have to go as slow as it goes, Snake Eyes style, where this is all the way right, releases as fast as it goes, and then I will dial from there. Some songs, it's rare, but some songs I use auto when the release setting just doesn't seem to make the song sound better. It's just either too quick and then no matter what I'm doing, if it feels super quick on this and just not holding long enough and twisting to here doesn't work, I'll jump it to auto just to listen to the difference. Because auto has a very unique sound to it. Like I don't really understand the algorithm of why it opens and closes the way that it closes for a release, but why it does what it does, I don't know. I don't understand auto. I don't know why it does it. But I know that sometimes when this doesn't work on its fastest, which is what I use way more of the time, either fastest or maybe one back. That's like the go-to. So if you're going to have a starting point, this is as fast as it goes. This is one back. That's a general starting point that I like to start at. Same with attack. Slow as it goes, and then I'll dial back till it starts getting too snappy. So it's not doing nothing now, so we got to touch our threshold to get it to start doing stuff. So it really starts to do that kind of a pump thing as soon as you make the attack very quick. Even with the threshold in the exact same spot, you notice the kick drum starts to stick out a little more because it's kind of just a symptom of how fast it moves as soon as you start slowing the attack down. And that's not necessarily a negative. You notice how much of the kick you hear? Now listen when I slow it down. So yeah, in this song, I actually don't mind it a little on the faster side. 4-to-1, and then you decide if you want your side chain, the internal jam, to keep the bass out of the detector. Blah 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 blah. 125 hertz is a safe bet. It's the setting on my MBP I use every once in a while nowadays, hardly as much as I used to. 125 hertz and 21.4% dry mix. This is not typical. However this came up, and now we're down there. Maybe I twisted a knob I did not know I twisted or something when I pulled it up, or maybe this is what worked on the last mix. I don't know. But on this mix, we're going to change that and go all the way hard wet with it, because on the mix bus, generally, I don't run a parallel of, if I can get away with not, I don't do it. It really comes down to everything you add is a compromise to some extent. So if I can get away with it, I'm going to keep this all the way up at 100% and not kind of do the dry wet blend thing. Because it's grabbing the mix now. Now it's actually grabbing it. So now you probably see, I'm going to start lowering the makeup gain a bit too. Just, could check it on and off. All right, now something I'm aware of is the volume here as far as where we're at. And a lot of times I like to just bring stuff down as a whole so that I don't have to just lower the master, which we can do, but I like to save that for once I'm doing the VCA automation part of this. That's when I'll mess with that. So something I like to do is just make sure all your parallels are not selected, because if you never hit pre-fader inside your inserts, then this is the way to do it. You just make sure that no bus is also being caught in your lower everything, because you're essentially lowering it twice. If you have your bass track being lowered and that feeds this through an insert, well, now you've lowered this, and the insert, since it's not pre-fader, is also lowering this. So to each his own, but I keep my buses out of the lower everything because of that. Unless it's just going there, then you could do it that way and it wouldn't make a difference. Like if my bass tracks were just being sent out into this, then I would lower it from here, because I probably wouldn't want to change the amount of level going into that channel. So here we go with the constant stuff to think about. But yeah, that's where we're at. Sonic Soundwork, what's poppin', dude? How'd I miss you? What's good? How's it going over there? Glad to have you as part of the channel. You got the bicycle horn of peace, good measure, prosperity, and love over there, man. That's what's up. It's our favorite sound effect, the bicycle horn. I think it kind of defines the whole thing. What's the bus flavor colors of the day? If we're talking about on the mix bus, Mr. Psychotronic, is that what we're talking about? While we do that, let's welcome iRevolver21. What's poppin'? How you doing over there? I was deep in the art of mixing right there. We'll give you a bicycle horn as well because we got to show some love. The bicycle horn of amazingness and great style for iRevolver21. How you doing over there? It's good to see you. I love you. By the way, we're talking about profile pics, and I love your profile pic. That lion is awesome. That lion is awesome. I'll tell you that right now. I have a cat who thinks he's a lion that looks just like that dude. He thinks he's one of those dudes. He's just like sure of it. He's got these freaking razor fang thing, the razor claw jams. Dude he's out there. But yeah, it's yeah, Shigiono, I don't know what's up with that. Yeah, GDP, I hope you could solve that. Vicchio Beats. The Discord link should work. I made sure it's set to everybody never expire, please. And that's what it said it was set to, so hopefully that should work. Vicchio Beats! That's that bicycle horn, dude. How you popping over there? How you doing? What's really good? How you popping? I've never actually said that before. I'm not sure that flies. What's popping over there? Vicchio Beats. We got Vicchio Beats is asking, I want to ask if someone uses SSL G3 and what is the feedback on it? G3. What is that? Is that one of their other plugins? What's the G3? Nice. Shigiono just joined the Discord. That's that party sound for the who joins the Discord. You get the extra bonus party sound over there. Pongmaster said something cool. He said that was the 5315 Neve, similar to the 80 series. Ooh, fully modular. Now I have a small Neve 8014. That's the most famous one. Nice. Nice, man. That was the 5315 Neve. So you're talking about the similar to the 80 series, fully modular. Nice. I have a small Neve 8014. That's awesome, man. The something about Neve desks, they are luxury pieces of art. It's like a luxury car that, is a piece of art. It's a car made by an artist who's no longer alive. So it's like you want to drive it, and at the same time you're like, man, this is just beautiful. I could just stare at this thing all day and it'd be awesome too. But driving it's more fun, of course. That's amazing. That is amazing. What do we got here? I know, Vicchio, man. I've seen you before a bunch of times. That's why we gave you the bicycle horn. Isn't for new people. The bicycle horn is for our buds who come through all the time. We got other sounds for the new people. New people get their own sound that's different than that. The bicycle horn is my favorite sound in the game, so I throw it on for everybody I recognize. That's SSL G3 is the new parallel bus compressor. Oh, I tried that. It's the multi-band. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's the multi-band. That's it's the G-Bus comp, but it's got that's why it's G3, obviously. Lows, mids, and highs. I tried that. I demoed it, and I didn't love it, to be honest with you. But I'm sure I'm probably using it wrong, a way that was not preferable for the 2 or 3 songs I tried it on. But I remember not loving it. It might be amazing, but I always felt that there's some magic to the single band compression that gives you kind of, I don't know, like that one single band, the full band compression on a mix bus is maybe just my preference, but I always seem to like that when it's SSL style flavor compression, right? As soon as you change that, I feel like it doesn't do the SSL thing, I don't know, as the way I'm looking for it or something. Whereas on the mix bus, when I use a Mic DSP ML4000, I like that. So to me, that kind of a multiband that has a particular flavor, that flavor works really well for what I like. Even like with an SSL bus comp or another compressor, an Unfairchild or whatever, it doesn't matter. 33609. There's something about the Mic DSP that's very complimentary. And then if I were to try to do the SSL multiband thing, on whatever I tried it on, it didn't work. So it could, I'm not going to say it might have not just been user error, but I really couldn't get it to do what I wanted it to do. I remember thinking, it's great. And then I would switch it. Like the way I try to test it is I took a while to dial it in, and then I quickly took it off and put on like the regular G bus that doesn't have multiband, and I liked the result better. So I took that off and I put on something else like an Unfairchild, and I liked the result better. So I just remember being like, this is interesting. Then I would try to get that G bus thing with the 3-band, the G3 thing, to sound more like, what I was liking, and I couldn't get it there. So just with an innate dial it in, maybe it's because I didn't know it well enough, but I felt like it was kind of fooling me into thinking it was good until I would compare it to anything else, and then I didn't like it as much, which is weird. But that's how I felt. Vicio, the Discord link don't work. GDP, drop him the new one. I don't. To be honest with you, Discord is like playing a video game. For me, it's like playing a video game that you don't know how to play, and you spend half your time like just walking into a wall until you realize like, oh, that's not a window I'm looking through. I'm walking into a wall. And then you got to like turn around and go the other way. That's what Discord feels like for me. I'm not quite there yet. On every time I open it up, it's like another can of worms and a surprise, which is cool. But, I'm figuring it out. But the craziest part is stuff like this. There's a button you click that says, don't let the link expire. Never let this link expire. You click that. Guess what? I clicked that. Still, it gives us this ridiculous stuff sometimes. I don't know why it does that. The link is a little bit buggy right now. This one, try this one. Cool. GDP, I appreciate you got a new link up there going. I'm not a multiband or sidechain compression fan. Hardly use it. Yeah, sidechain compression is an interesting one. It depends on what you're going for. If you want your compressor to make that low end sound more like old school in a way where everything is tighter in the bottom because there's less almost like waffle or less boom to it, then you might want to never use sidechain compression. If on the sidecar, I often don't use the internal sidechain compressor on the sidecar because it seems to let a lot of low end through, even with the sidechain compression off. So I'm okay with it there. Whereas on the SSL, I do find it chokes it a lot unless you do use it. So it really depends compressor to compressor exactly what you want from it and whether or not the sidechain feature will work. It also depends on what you're sending into it. So how you mix bass in general, the way you like to hear the bass, is going to determine whether or not you like to use sidechain compression. Everybody's going to have a different result with that, which also has to do with like your monitoring, how much bass you hear in your room or you like to hear determines how you mix the bass. So there's a lot to this. And if your room has, issues you're dealing with where you don't hear the full extent of what's really there, then, that'll skew your vision on it also, your audio vision, so to speak. It'll kind of make you do other things. Did anybody see, I like to just throw random news in there. Did anybody see, that Mark Daniel Nelson traded his ATC 45s in for PMC 82s? Anybody see that? On the tour that was recently dropped on, I forget whose channel, that Andrew Masters, I think his name is. The dude in Nashville. He did a tour of Mark's spot, and that was the first I heard Mark talk about that he switched his ATC 45s for PMC 82s, and his reasoning behind it was in short, the low end. So that's an interest. I just like to throw it out there. I never tried the PMCs, and I'm super happy with my speakers. I think they sound amazing, but it's just news to talk about that he did that. Vicchio, what kind of music do you do most of the time, man? Because the way you mix low end on rock is like, for example, when you say like, I'm curious how you mix the low end, I dialed in the bass real quick as I was going through already. Like it was on the stream, probably took 3 minutes. I don't know. I pulled up the direct channel and I added a bunch of like 12 dB at 220, but I'm not necessarily going to leave it there. But I needed to give it some low end boom, and if I can help it, I'm doing it all on the channel strip. I'm also gonna compress a bit, and did I do it already? I don't even know. Yeah, it looks like I started doing that already. I have one channel that has very little of anything on it in terms of I'm boosting some top end, but not a whole lot else on the 58 miking up the bass cabinet. The direct, I'm boosting that 12 dB at that 220, and then about 7 dB at 200 on the other bass mic. But there's not a whole lot else done. Like, that's it. If I can get away with that, I will. If I need to go crazy with it, I will do that also. Like over here, we have this bus set up with tons of stuff, including sometimes I'll just use like one plugin to as a sweetener. Like I could send this entire channel, all three of these, just for like a 1073 on the bass bus or something like that. Or that or the EQP1A or both, or the SPL twin tube. These are all my kind of special sauces when in need. Sans Amp is, in my opinion, if I had one bass plugin and like I could only pick one, Sans Amp is probably the choice, and it's a go-to, been around forever, but it just makes a bass sound the way I hear it in my head. And then Spectre is great for harmonic addition wherever you want it, and different kinds of harmonic. Tube, I really like Tube the most, but the diode is also really cool. And then an LA2A if I need some glue, or an 1176 if I need some glue. And you better believe sometimes I'll still throw a Bomb Factory on there because I dig the sound of the Bomb Factory. But we're really just talking about 1176 style flavors at this point. But yeah, the BF76 is a very aggressive compressor, so it works on bass pretty well. If you're talking about other stuff like an 808 or something, I really like the MV2, the old school Waves MV2 for 808s, or any kind of synth bass thing where you might not be hearing enough after whatever the transient is, and you want to kind of bring it all up. It's basically an L1 with more juice because you can bring up the low end information or the high end information, and of course I always keep a micro shift, like some sort of chorus sound, just in case, sitting right there in case I need it. But none of this stuff is actually in the mix at this point. It's just the straight sound from the SSL stuff. Let's do something like I was just talking about. Let's either throw the 1176 or let's see what the Bomb Factory will do to this, because sometimes when I just start talking about a plugin, I just want to use it. I don't know about you guys. Just bringing up old memories of like using the Bomb Factory. It's like, why not? Quicker attack if you want to make the transient go away, and slower attack if you want more transient. Now, when I come in here, it's like maybe like a compression here, a lot of it, and then there is actually too much. Let's hear it with and without it here. I actually don't mind both of them being. I often don't care about whether it clips or not out the channel. If it sounds okay, I don't like really mind or look at it. But when I hear something that sounds whack, whether it's clipping or not, I'm going to adjust it. But if it's not clipping, then I mean, if it is clipping, I don't really have to change it. Like, that's not why I would adjust. I was just trying to get a little less level into here. Because if we're doing 6 to 8 dB or sometimes in here it trickles up to 10, you don't really need a whole lot on something else. Every once in a while, I do love to play with the Bomb Factory. It's pretty cool. I still really like that plugin. I don't know about you guys. It's still like one of my go-tos. Let's see what we got here. And if you're talking about like kick drum, VOG, or R-Bass, the Voice of God plugin, really good. R-Bass, really good. The Brainworks Subsynth, really good. If you're trying to get like more juice out of your kick, no matter what the genre. But in rock, everything that takes up like extra space, a lot of times nowadays, I wait a little. I wait. If I can get away with waiting, I'll wait. If the kick is really kind of too thin and nothing there, where even if it's all clicky and I got nothing to can't get the low end I want, that's when I might reach for it. But right now I'm sort of okay with it. Like the bass taking up more space, the kick taking up a little less space. I'm kind of okay with that. On bass, if you add R-Bass to anything on bass, you just got tons more low end. If you add SansAmp and you crank the lows on it, oh, you got all the low end you need. So I don't think about sub-octave adding as a habit. I just try to only put it there when I feel like I'm missing something. Then I'm okay with it. If I just add it as a habit, I feel like my mixes come out having too much low end. And the goal for me is like the right amount, so that everything in the song feels the right amount of powerful. It's not unusual for me to get some low end from the guitars too. So this is a guitar that has to show up and just rattle the roof a little. All right, it's a good thing I listened to this. There's a high note here. This is high. And these two are low. As soon as it goes to that what is it, an F? I think it's an F. That's an F, yeah. A, B flat, F. So when it goes to this, but these two stay low. No, this one's doing a high note too. Okay, that's interesting. So I think I should do something different than I'm doing, I think. We'll find out in a second. This is just arbitrary panning that has happened so far. We're going to split these out because they're doing the same thing. So let's make this right, and this left, and this left. And then this one will be down the center and down the center. Let's hear that. At least now when the notes go high, there's going to be an equal high on each speaker. It doesn't have to be like that by any means, so don't think it does. Today I was listening to my like pep stuff to start working. I put on something. I was listening to Air. The band Air is awesome, and they had some interesting stuff happening. Also listen to Beck, and what I noticed was there's these moments on both the records I was listening to. I was listening to what's it called, like 10,000 Hertz Legend or something like that. That Air album is great. Really great. Sonically, it sounds so good. The mix is awesome on it. When I listened to that, I was thinking, it's interesting how they had like a lot of moments of stuff happening in different, that was very different. Like there'd be a vocal that's on the right as a harmony. There was a totally different voice than the one on the left, or the one down the center. And there were moments of like this a purposeful unbalancedness, sort of, where it wasn't an equal thing on left and right. And things occurred to me that like that needs to be done so much more. So, which goes against what I just did by like making the left and right. But I'm aware that I have 3 guitars. So what I could do is keep it as it was, where there's like a lower note on the left, a lower, high thing on the right, and then put a high thing in the center. Or I can go, it goes high on the right, goes high on the left, and then the low thing stays in the center. It makes sense to at least try this first, and then we'll switch if we need. I kind of like that. I love the way these sound. If you're curious why the guitars sound this way, it's because the mics are very far away from the amp. They're set back at least 4 or 5, maybe 6 feet. So we're not talking about 12 feet away. The room wasn't very big that these were recorded in, but they're set way off it compared to the grill. So when I think of close miking an amp, you're right up on the grill, like pretty much dead on it, with the exception of touching the grill. You're up there though. And you could be off axis or, flat on it, but you're on it, real close to it. And that's what I would do in a live situation where you got a live band, like, playing out on a stage or something. You got to kind of get kind of close to it because you don't want bleed coming in unless you're on a stage that's very big or very isolated between the people or something, or not usually the case. Picture small room, small stage, everything sounds muddy. Get the mic close so you have some control over it without bringing in other elements into that mic before you have control over it. Now, when it comes to something like this in a studio environment, it's not a live performance, back the mic up to put some air between the mic and the guitar, and you'll get a sound that is, in my opinion, very pleasing. This thing. I just think it sounds so natural. That, like when I listen, that reminds me of a Spoon guitar sound. Spoon is an amazing band, and the album Kill the Moonlight definitely was one of my most influential albums that I've ever listened to. And there was a period of time where for 10 or 15 years I never took it out of my car stereo. That was one of my favorite albums for a very long time, and the guitar tones on that are one of the primary reasons. Another primary reason is the drum tones, the way the drums sound on that album, and a couple other albums they do. I just like their very dead, dry sounding drums, and they sound so good, so splatty, so like 70s to me. They sound really good, and the guitars always have like some room in it, but they don't sound. There's always some dirt, some room. It never sounds super in your face, and I really like that about those guitars. See, that's a much closer like guitar sound, but it still doesn't sound like it's right up on it. It sounds like it's at least 6 inches, maybe 8 inches away. So it has a little bit of room there. You can hear it right away. This one's definitely further away than the other two. All right, so it's just important to understand what's there for me. That's why I spent a little time doing that. Figuring out what's in the songs before I decide to make changes or what should be panned where. So this is going to be our center. This is going to be our left, and this is going to be our right. A lot of times when that happens, I'll switch the order. So I go left, center, right. What was going on right there? Now, this doesn't always work, but my first thought is I like this little shaker thing, but I'm going to make it move a little bit. Take the rate down so it's nice and slow, almost imperceptible movement. Very little. And then we're going to mess with the width so that ideally we only want it to be like there, like in the center-ish. Just a little bit of movement will allow you to make it lower. So now you don't have to deal with the freaking thing being as loud because it's slightly moving. Your ear's going to be like, what's moving? What I can pick, you're going to hear it more clearly because it's moving. It's the same instinct that allowed us to stay alive for millions of years. Maybe not millions, for a lot of years when we were cavemen. What's that rustling in the bushes? You know? Oh. It's the tetrahydra snake. Watch out. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever it was. Whatever they called it. It's the Arachiophobus. Don't go near the Arachiophobus. Whatever they call it. You don't want to go near that thing. What do we got? What do we got over here? Let's do SSL definitely does have some amazing plugins. It's funny, the SSL plugins that I like the best are just because they made really good versions of their channel strips. And if I had to use a UAD version, it would be okay. If I had to use the Waves version, it would be okay. I mean that. I just feel like SSL's version is really good because I own all three and I picked that one. It'd be interesting to do, every time you use the other stuff, it's just, to me, it's really close where you only know the difference if you were to compare the three, and you lose the ability to use the surfaces. So for me, it's like using the surface is what makes it that much more appetizing and that much more of a benefit. But if you didn't have the control surfaces, they would all work for you just fine. Just want to let everyone know. I think they all sound great. Yeah, what's it called? Big respect to Rupert Neve, absolutely. Sonic Soundworks said, I recently got a Yamaha Subkick. Works really well. I used to use a DBX subharmonic synthesizer for the kick, but with the Subkick, I don't need to. Nice. So you got a Yamaha Subkick mic is what you're talking about, right? I recently got a Yamaha Subkick. Nice. Or is it like a trigger or something? What is a Yamaha Subkick? Is it that's like one of those square mics? Is that what you're talking about? You can create a Subkick too from like all sorts of weird techniques. Like one of those 5-gallon water jugs. If you put a microphone inside that thing and put that outside your kick drum, listen to what that sounds like. But you need a little tiny microphone that's going to slide in through the top of that, on a cord. Take the water out of the jug first, obviously, but just having, and you can kind of create that even without that thing. It's the same kind of concept as creating a tunnel and putting a microphone on the other side of to create that bass drum tunnel. And basically, it's like using an NS10 for a Subkick. I guess that's what you're talking about when you say a Yamaha Subkick. NS10s used to be used as Subkick mics. That's one use for them. So it's pretty cool. Turning a speaker into a microphone was done as early as Beatles stuff, probably before then. But yeah, it's that's pretty cool though. It'd be cool if Yamaha made a version of that. Okay, it's time. Switching the K240s for the stream. Nice. OMG, the K240s are out. Can see the stream in 4D. You guys have the ones made in Austria. I always wondered if the new ones sound much different than the OG version. That's a good question. I wouldn't be a good one to answer that. That's a good question. Sonic Soundworks says, you guys have the Bomb Factory. GDP saying, Bomb Factory and many PT stock plugins used to be included with Pro Tools forever. Now they're basically rentals. Interesting. If you stop paying on new systems, they stop working. I have a perpetual license. Ah, that's interesting. I never thought about that, really. But that does make sense. It does make sense. It's a shame it's a shame they don't like come with Pro Tools, but they also are available to use with other DAWs. Is that the case? Are they? I would wonder. But anyway. Nice. 600 ohms. The Subkick is an NS10 and a small drum shell. Nice. Yeah. That's what's up. Sonic works. We're on the same page. A lot of people used to do that. I think Eric Valentine did that too. I know he had like 4 mics on his kick drum, I think. And one of them was a speaker turned into a microphone. Like right now on the kick, if I wanted to get more life out of this, and this kick was not recorded with a Subkick, the VOG, you guys have probably seen, is my go-to. And even the default 40 hertz center setting, very solid. You need more amplitude out of that, basically more oomph out of that low end. You don't need much else. It's the easiest, quickest way to dial it in. It's a subharmonic synthesizer. That works. Also, you know, everyone's favorite R bass, everyone's favorite uncle right here. Waves is tricking you into thinking it's amazing by making the volume a gabillion times louder also while you add it. Just watch out for that. And don't be fooled by thinking you need to raise the intensity. It's already super intense without touching anything, just by putting it on. And another option, the BX Subsynth. These are my favorites anyway. I love how it gives you the options on this one to decide where you want it. You would think, when I bought this, I said to myself, oh, that's a pretty reasonable price for this plugin, and I love all the control. You'd like, oh, I can write between 56 and 80. Beautiful. 24 to 36 hertz. Amazing. 36 to 50. I have all the everything I could need in here. We can even tighten it up if it's too waffly. It's like all right here. You'd be surprised how rarely I actually want to use this because of all the choices. And I'll tell you why. Sure, if you pick this up, you can absolutely make things more tailored to what you might need. But the reason I don't pull it up that often is because all it takes is slapping this on, and then 8 out of 10 times, or 8.5 out of 10 times, it works wonders with 2 knobs, you know, and you're down here. Engage the 40 and 2 knobs, and you're okay. So, I mean, it's just the same thing, less knobbage, and it has a very high percentage of working. So, I'm with that. But these are all good options, and there's tons more. Even there's other ones I used to mess with, but I never really liked that much, like Submarine. I liked the way it looked. I was like, ooh, this has got to be good. Could never really get it to, like, shine the way I wanted it to, but the drive is pretty cool on it. Yeah, I like how you have the choice of setting 2 subs on it, but it's just, you play with stuff, and more often than not, I found, based on my results, this one works 9 out of 10 times, or 8.5. I don't like those bells. I mean, they're okay, but where are they? Let's get rid of them or make them a lot lower. These. Because they just seem like out of place a little. Let's just make them feel like really far away. In case there's any low end in the room. There's not a whole lot of low end on those bells, but the room it was recorded had bleed from other rooms sometimes. Try to get to me. It's creating like a wash. That's what you got to be careful of when you add like a big reverb or something. It might, you know, you got to be just short enough where it doesn't take a cymbal, in this case a bell, and make it super washy. So I might do that, and then maybe let's just hit it with some panning. Ooh, brow motion. Haven't used that in a while. That's always fun. Oh, beautiful. When it asks you to do the 2 thing at a time, just do this. Just grab it, turn on your ability to copy in a grid mode or something. Put it on 2 channels and then give it the whatever it needs. Where'd it go? Yeah, it doesn't need any. I don't even think these bells need to be here, but that'll work enough. Let's take it out of the left one. What are these things? Are they grouped somehow? I don't think they're grouped. Let's take it out of that side, and then let's leave this side in, and this will create. We don't need this at all until this thing starts up. All right, this is a case where, this might happen to you also. You gotta create another track because we've got these weird like clickety clocketies. We'll call them the clocketies, and the clocketies are not a tambourine, and there's a tambourine there too. So how do we deal with it? We take that away and we make it where it's just the sound we want, and the other one will put on another track, so we control the volume of these things without automating, without doing any nonsense. We don't need that. We don't need that, the Daniel son from Karate Kid 2. One of those freaking... That's what that is. That the thing that you do this in your hand and it goes click, 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 click. That's what that is. We don't need that Daniel son. Yeah, I don't think this thing's actually helping anything. It's an executive call I'm gonna make on this and just mute it. Before I do, I may throw an altar boy on or something and pitch shift it down to maybe some thunderous jungle toms or something. But if that doesn't work, just get rid of it.
I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer. Was guilty and so innocent that I screamed out her name. Now I'm calling the criminals.
Now, at first, I thought it could be cool because might be doing like a whoop, 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 but it doesn't. It's not like the timing is a little wonky, which makes it hard to make it work. Timing is the thing that I won't fight. If something doesn't sound good because of timing, the best move you have is mute. And if you have to make the timing good to make it sound good, man, that's a world I don't like to live in. The time stretch and nonsense, hate that world. As far as I'm concerned, solid musicians don't use that world. That world is good for people who, can only get so far and they need the thing to make them sound good. It's not ideal. Only that's one of those things like it's like the button on the desk that's like when all else fails, flip and hit this button. It's like I try never to use that button because the repercussions of that button are definitely not preferable, if you ask me. With a vocal, if the timing isn't great or right or whatever, you could do a lot with just chopping it up and moving things around, syllables piece by piece. Same thing on like a bass or something. I much prefer to do that, to chop it up as if it's tape, but on steroids because it's a DAW and way easier. I'd much prefer that. To me, that's old school. That's okay. That's the same stuff that was done when it had to be every once in a while. And that's, if you think about it, every once in a while it's okay. But to just go in and grid stuff or, to make every part totally like, oh man, I hate music like that. I don't listen to a lot of music like that. So for me, it's not the thing I would do. Like I want the band to sound like the band, even if it's, ebbing and flowing and changing tempo here and there and the chorus is a little sped up. Like I like that. And I'm a proponent of that, and I will forever be a proponent of that in this style of music. When it's electronic music or something, maybe I could see why you'd want to hit the quantize button. But and then it's way easier when it's real players playing real instruments live kind of thing. Don't do it. That's my advice. Don't do it. What do we got? GDP saying, checked if you can buy them. They rent them for $50 a year. Interesting. That's crazy. It's basically a high pass filter with resonance. What are we talking about? What is? It's basically a high pass filter with resonance into a saturator on a plug-in internal channel. That's interesting. A high pass filter with resonance into a saturator on a plug-in internal channel. Interesting. I tend to use the Behringer subharmonic synth ripoff in my XR12 for that, or manually combine some open source plugs. Cool. I know. Was it mostly Ace high pass filters plus some? Nice. You use the Ace stuff, huh? Plus some Air Windows 2 flavor. Nice. Nightbot's link isn't working. It's insane. Nightbot. Get your stuff together over there. What do we have you for? Nightbot. Best part of the song by far. I'm liking how that felt. That little, I just wanted to tease it. Feels pretty good. Look, I brought it up a little too much on the high end here. That's interesting. It's not coming from the channel I thought. That's the tambo is not the problem. It's this. It's the bells, the freaking dreaded bell. So we got to do the same thing we did here with clockities and create a bells track, because we have shaker and bells on this one, it looks like. So this is going to be bells. And this is shaker. Oh, that's bells. This ain't no shaker. There's shaker here. Make sense of this for me. Hold on. Let's figure it out. That's going to be our shaker track, even if it only happens for a second. That's bells. We got to take out just a little bit of this. I don't hate it so much, but we're going to take our parallel down to make the cymbals actually stop ringing a little bit. Just going to tame the amount of ring on these cymbals. Maybe more. Negative 18 dB, which is about 8 dB more than where the kick and the snare are sitting into the parallel. They're about negative 10. I just like to leave a little room there. You know, a little room into your parallel never really hurt nobody. I think it's a mistake to send the same level as your output directly into the parallel most of the time. You'll just be coming in a little too hot. So as a rule, whether it's reverbs or delays or anything, I try to just lower that send a bit, unless I'm trying to get it to do something like sidechain. In which case, if I'm trying to make it duck something, I want probably more level so that I don't have to set the sidechain threshold as low to get it to work. So does that make some sense? Like on reverbs, if I want that reverb thing to kind of get out of the way of the vocal and then just sort of show its face, a lot of times I like to not lower the amount that would trigger that ducking, because if I keep it up pretty hot, then it's going to duck it more, which I kind of want. So that way it just makes it for an easier time setting it. You won't have to spend as much time dialing in your threshold. That's basically the only difference. All right, let's get rid of those Daniel sounds. Daniel song. You weren't so cynical. All right, make these vocals sound good. Let's go. Talking to myself. Make these vocals sound good. I want to hear these, this inside, that thing. Gotta make sure we hear that insides right there. All right, let's, what's going on here? Let's add some effects to these vocals a little bit. They're super dry. I don't hate it, but they're super dry. Let's do this in, how should we do this? I'm trying to think of the easiest way to do this rather than just start piling on a bunch of stuff. Let's like pick, let's try to do a minimalist approach on this thing. Minimalist. So we'll do the DB verb and the little plate at first. Let's just take these up so I can pick one or the other for verse and chorus, kind of get some switcheroos going on there. Also, I may send a bunch of stuff to these things and not just, well, we'll see. Let's see how it goes. Let's just add 99 to 100 here. Because that's this one. It's actually also a bunch of the others, so I have to make sure it's not, see what I mean by always take it down a little. Follow main pan is good in case you move it to anything that's panning anything. These are both centered, so it doesn't really matter, but let's, what else? 81. Okay. Now, because like I said, these are up at 0. That's the reason they're getting all the signal too. They're getting all the signal for that gets at 99, 100. All these are, I always have them set the same. I do it on purpose so that I can more quickly send things to a bunch of places. And I can always just pull down what I don't want like this. You know what I'm saying? Super easy peas. But now at least I don't have like one going to the H910 that says H910. Some people like to roll that way. There's no right or wrong, but in my case. Ooh, that's what I mean by that ducking thing. That's mostly this little plate into the R comp. That's all that is. Let's see if it's still there or if it's DB verb. By lowering the DB verb, we'll know for sure. See, it's still there because it's the little plate. This DB verb thing's off practically. I mean, now it's off. I'm going to lower this a lot because it's a little loud, but I like it. We're going to take it down like 10 dB at least. Let's let's get some effects going on everything else all at once in the sake of quickness. So we're going to take our chorus, all these vocals. I think we could probably sum them all up as backup. Like the rest could all just be backup. So, you know, that's what we'll do. We'll just kind of use 95 and That's a nice little, it's both. It's a little microchip and the DB verb. Okay, that's all 95. Sweet. Maybe we won't even need more. And 107, 108 we'll use, which is the harmonizer. So we'll just use these three. So 95 and 107, 108. All right, 95. It's just a bunch of vocals. And we'll do 107, 108. So make sure I caught them all. Yep. Gotta catch them all. 107, 108. The other thing, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you just copy, see how like you take, I'll do it on the one here in case that's harder to see at the bottom. But if you copy any of these, it's already set to fade, follow main pan, and it's set to negative 10 dB. You can then change this. So what do we say? 107, 108. So you could change it after the fact, and it will also now already be follow main pan, negative 10, 2. So it could save you a ton of time. You don't have to actually dial in more than one if you're going to do follow main pan and a certain volume on all of them. You don't actually have to dial it in more than once. It's one of those, you figure that out one day and you're like, oh, nice. The Danielsons are back. Get out of here, Danielson. Get out of there. All right, it's out of there. I see GDP. You got to rent them all that stuff. This is mostly GDP deviation, just to make this clear. The BF28, etc. All that, the Pro Tools stuff, and all their friends won't work unless you rent, not for sale. Interesting. I like that tail. It might be a little long, but I like it. We could potentially shorten it or just lower it. Let's start by just lowering it a little. We're going to try to level match stuff a little better than it is with just clip gain. I like it. It's just these are a little hot. That right side is jumping out at me pretty hot. Don't ever not use clip gain. Use it every chance you get. As far as I'm concerned, it's the move. It's like correcting the level that it was recorded prior to hitting any plugins when you do it on the clip gain level. That's very different than coming in here and, trying. I would never automate a plugin's volume up and down for everything like this. That'd be crazy. So it would also be crazy to automate the volume of the track to accommodate that. I think that would be crazy. What I would do is potentially process everything through whatever plugins and everything else, send it to a VCA like vocals, and then ride some vocal stuff at the end once I'm trying to get super happy after I love the blend of everything. I might do that. In fact, I am known to do that. I do that all the time. UF8 to the rescue when we do that.
So you try to get to me.
See, now these like lone vocals, that's begging to be treated in a cool way, if you ask me. Now, I don't know exactly how, but we're going to come up here with the delay. We're going to hit it with something. And this is actually a good use for like the H3000 band delays or something. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't particularly know what they do in that department. If you've ever seen The Departed, and where he goes, I don't know what they do in that particular department anyway. And they said it a bunch of times in the movie. This is Special Crimes Universe. I don't really know what they do in that department or whatever it was. But it's like this plugin is one of those, after the hardware that has a lot of great presets, and you flip through, you find something weird, you go with it. Like, super trippy. Legacy presets is usually where I stay, but if you were to look at the freaking amount of what you can choose on this thing, it's look at this. Look at this. Like, talk about overwhelming. Like, what? That's just from a preset standpoint. I like how they throw it all out where you could see it all, though. I do dig that, as opposed to having the other kind of menu where it makes it very difficult to see that. Add something weird like that.
Before you try to get to me. Before you try to get to me.
Yep, and it takes away from the vocal a lot, so you could do a couple things. You could run it in parallel, essentially, or you could use an effect where you take the mix knob way down instead of the way it was just done before, and make it where you can actually still hear the vocal instead of just effect.
Before you try to get to me. Before you try to get.
Kind of Radiohead-esque a little bit. So I'm going to take it down just a smidgen more, and we're going to just call it a day with that. And then in the second one, I may use a different one, but I might note it. Like, if you're like, should I try a different one? Well, just note what you use. You could call it, Bill Withers' Use Me. You could call it Use Me. Not that this effect's in that song, but Use Me is one of the best songs ever, so you might as well title it Use Me. And then that's what that is. Let's go to another sound. Until you use me up. I ain't trying to tell me.
Try to get to me.
It sounds like a beehive. Perfect. This is the Beehive song, right?
They want to erase you. They want to erase before you try to get to me. They want to erase you.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Where's that good stuff? Where's that good stuff? Give me that good stuff. What do you got? Undo is your absolute best friend when it comes to Audio Suite, and it's not something that you have the option for when you're doing this in real life. I mean, you would just do it again. You have do again. You don't have redo if you were to commit effects like this when you're recording it, but gotta love Undo and Audio Suite. Metro Space Cadet, what's poppin', man? How you doing over there? Throw you a glockenspiel also, because I'm not sure if I recall seeing you here before. How's it going, man? We dig newcomers, and we dig anybody and everybody who is as into music as we are, bottom line. And we are rocking and rolling over here. So getting through a mix using mostly SSL stuff. I decided to start playing with this ridiculous thing recently, like a few minutes ago, just to see what kind of juice for the squeeze I could put on these things, these crazy weird vocals. But we're going to go back to twisting knobs in a second. See, this is a case where you might want to create a parallel and have just a dry one and then have this in the background, but they do have a mix knob on the plugin. So we will just take the mix down a bit and see if we can make it still work for us. If you haven't used the H3000 stuff by Eventide, it's really, I love what they did. It's also just one of the most overwhelming plugins in terms of what you can do. It's a lot on there. The H3000 band delays and the factory one. There's two different plugins. Yeah, see, the stuff's just not loud enough for me unless I make that mix a bit hotter. Let's try to split the difference.
They want to erase you.
Anybody who's watched my stuff before, you know I love effects. I love like what they do to the atmosphere of a track. It's hard to finish a song and not have some sort of flavor stuff in there like this. I just want it to be gone as the drop happens. GDP, I like what you wrote there, by the way, dude. Quick GDP tip: if you're too lazy to clip gain yourself, pay someone to do it and save 10 hours of mixing headaches that won't get you anywhere. Just get a clip gain. Yeah, it's weird. Clip gaining is one of those things where, you know, the more you do it, the quicker you get at it, but it definitely takes time. You don't have to do it everywhere. You have to do it where things need, like right here, when I'm looking at this, it's very hard to set a compressor when you got super loud stuff on the same track as super quiet stuff. The compressor won't work the same. It'll barely work here, or it'll work, it's not doing nothing here, and it's really compressing here. And if you're getting sound from your compressor, like a particular flavor that you like from a compressor, then it becomes difficult to rock like that. So you could do separate tracks, or just clip gain it. And be careful when clip gaining, because you don't want to just remove all dynamics. Starting to like the blend. That keeps me going. It's working for me. Let's hear what's going on with this keyboard. I don't remember touching this yet. Let's jump back to the SSL.
Try to get to me.
before I even touch a knob here, we're grouping. I thought I did it already. Oh yeah, it's just not on. Let's group, and then we'll go back to our SSL view. What up, audio guy? How's it popping over there, man? What up, audio guy with his go-to? Where's Toe Man? Where's Toe Man? It's good to see you, brother. How you doing over there? How we partying? We good? How we rocking? How we rocking? On the rocks? What you got going down over there, man? How's Cube Tech HQ, bro? What's going on at Cube Tech? GDP, that's a great. Thank you for dropping that. That's a great Cube Tech indeed. How is it going at Cube Tech these days? Ooh, you hear that? That's that sweet emotion right there. That what's it? What is that thing? Vibra slap. GDP's rocking and rolling, bro. Rocking and rolling. Freaking. It's a solid vibro slap sound, I'll tell you right now. I like that fill. All right, let's go to the guitars again because there's something we need. We need more of whatever guitar we're rocking. This guitar. This is actually the main. This one that's panned 30-30. So I got the guitars in the verse 30-30, and then choruses open up 100-100, all crazy. But these stay 30-30. In these top, it looks like 4 tracks, but it's really just 2 guitars. Just a little clip gain adjust. What's going on with the EQ on this track? This could be a little distorted and it probably would sound kind of cool. Let's make it louder. Make it louder. I'm feeling all right. Not feeling good myself. What's holding the note? We gotta find that. Is it this one? The "they want to erase" is so sweet, and then this gets slammed with the compressor a little hard, or it just clipped on the way in a little bit. So it's naturally, I'm leaning into what's going on with it. It was already sort of doing that, like topping out the converter in a way when it was recorded. So we're just sort of doing more of that by cranking the distortion. The distortion on the channel kind of does the same thing. I want that. Yeah. I want that more of that. Yeah. I don't hate that ending. That was kind of cool. Maybe a little much. Okay. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. We're moving through. We're grooving through. What's going on here? Make sure that still works with the distortion. I like that. I kind of like that fuzzy vocal, to be honest. It's kind of growing on me now. All right, what do we got here? We need a little of that. Like how the vocals are a little quiet. Like I do feel they should come up a little, but I kind of like them a little hidden down there, honestly. They're kind of, it makes you lean in to hear what they're saying. That cymbal is still too loud for me. Like these overheads, I like where they're at, but they're too loud. You ever feel that? I'm just going to take down some of this 7K boost a little bit, and we'll start there. Now they just get dark, but they don't get good. You notice how much smoother the BLK, the black EQ, is than this jam? The they call it the pink, I think. The black and the pink, right? But the black is darker. It's a darker sounding EQ than the pink jam. So when I have it set with the pink jam, I feel like in this specific case, the cymbal was a little annoying in a constant, like, almost too abrasive and aggressive or something. As soon as I switched to the black, it got much tamer, which allowed me to add much more top end because it was so dark to begin with. And this might be a more pleasing result. Never be afraid to hit that button and to switch to the other choice that you guys have there if you have that plug-in. That pain is on the kick drum. Now, this has happened, it happens sometimes. It happens. You just got to deal with it. We're not, I don't think, compressing this at all. However, the kick drum mic needs, and this is the way I look at it. If you have a kick drum mic outside of the skin, so it's outside the skin because maybe there's no hole in the drum potentially, which is, I believe, the case in this situation. The kick drum had no hole in it yet. And we were putting like a D112 mic outside the kick drum and not as close to the drum as it could have been. It was probably 6 or 8 inches back too far. As a result, the cymbals being hit as loud as they are comparatively to the kick drum and how much that mic's picking up of the kick drum means that by boosting some 3K, we're bringing the cymbals with us, even without compression and everything else. So to eliminate this when you're miking in the tracking stage, knowing how loud cymbals are, if you were to solo the kick mic and just listen to it, will tell you a lot about where to place it. In this specific case, like, this is why people will towel up, over, like, you have your kick drum mic in front of the kick drum, you have your kick drum, they will put towels, create a little kind of tunnel between the kick drum mic and the kick drum. You could separate it a lot further from the drum when you do this. Moving blankets, heavy duty, lots of them. All you're really taming is the cymbal. It's not like you're trying to get the rest of the drum kit completely out of it. You're just trying to lose the cymbals. And the cymbals don't really go down where you won't be able to tame it with a bunch of moving blankets like you would. It's, that's the stuff that you can really have an effect on. Also, there's a lot of different kind of ways to go about this, but the tunnel is my favorite. The other way would be get that mic inside the drum if you can help it, because that natural just resonance of the drum is enclosing it enough where it's going to take the cymbals down naturally. That's good. Another move would be if you're in a room that's very reflective, putting like this, put anything. This is how I look at it. It's like when I try to mic cymbals now from the overhead standpoint, if the drums, I try to get the mics for the overheads kind of close to the cymbal rather than super far away, because I find it makes them sound so much more in phase when they start moving, because the cymbals aren't stationary. You hit them and they go like this, they wobble. And the farther away the mic is, the more the kit in and of itself, the whole kit has a tendency to sound like whooshy. It'll just, if you have no choice and that's all you can do, then great, just do what you can do. But in this case, I remember if I'm not mistaken, these mics for overheads, which isn't our problem in this specific situation, but the overhead mics were a little bit far away. And the farther away they are, the worse off it is. This was they were probably a good 5 feet, 4 or 5 feet, like above the cymbal, which isn't ideal for that whooshing. But yet, we're going to do a gate thing now. That's what I was going to say also. If you have other options, like this is how they're recorded, now you got to fix it like I'm about to do, well, gating is your best friend. That's why the SSL channel strip is such a go-to factor. Now we could actually make those cymbals not sound like feet. We can actually get back some of what I was taking away. Put a little more juice back in the squeeze on our parallels. Let's rock and roll. Little Hand says it's time to rock and roll. What we got over here? Sonic Sound Works coming through. Yep, I use moving blankets too. Also in between the guitar mic and the kit. Yup. The guitar mic and the kit. So this is when you're recording live, I assume you're talking about, right? Yeah, that's a good move. A nice gobo, whether built by you build your own or not, I'm telling you, no one's ever regretted building a gobo. Such a good move. Buy one, build one, very valuable. And it doesn't have to totally. Another thing that a lot of people, once they develop these, I think Cult made a couple, like an amp, like an isolation little trunk, use something like a trunk. For little amps, it's very helpful. For big amps, it's less helpful. But you could put your amp in there and then really kind of isolate it from everything else, and you'll still get a really good guitar tone out of it. You don't need that much space to get a good guitar tone. But these days, I would probably contradict that. I actually really do like putting the mic 5-6 feet away from the amp nowadays. But a nice close sound you can get in a little, create a caged-in section. What we used to do, too, when we would record two guitars at once is you just flip one amp facing one way, one amp facing the other way, and you put a gobo in between to kind of isolate them as much as possible. And then if you close mic both guitar amps, you have a good shot at just getting that directional, the one guitar amp facing it. You'll get a little bleed from the other one, but hopefully everybody plays solid and it's not a big deal. You wouldn't notice it a lot in the track. You'd notice it if you edited it apart or something, you might notice it. But that's still the best way to get two guitar sounds it's much better than like 2 amps in the room, both facing the same way. I find face them away from each other, and then put a mic as like pretty much up on the grill or 6 inches away if you have to, but get it pretty close, because the reflections off the wall from the other amp is what's going to be heard in that mic. Like it'll get to that mic, but kind of the closer you get to it, the less of a big deal that becomes. But yeah. But that's usually more ideal, I think, than than pointing the amps into like a corner. I don't like that as a concept. You could use a vocal booth and put 2 guitar amps in it and face them both opposite directions. If the vocal booth's, adequately deadened in there, that should be okay. See, now those cymbals sound so much better. There's some mandolin stuff happening. Let's go focus on that for a hot moment. The SSL gates are pretty good. I love it. I use Drummer DS201 gates, but in the box, the SSL gates. Yeah, Drummer is the gate of choice for a lot of people. Brendan O'Brien, I think, was a Drummer gate fan because you can set the key. I remember loving that as a concept, how it has like a key into this frequency thing, which I dug. But yeah, the SSL gate's just so, I don't know, just works. I have an ISO box at home for reamping, but when recording, I track a band live in one room, one take, no edits or separate tracking. Nice. I dig that. But you could track a band live in one room and still put amps in another room, or, I mean, depending on what you're going for. But if you're trying to get isolation, the band can play in one room and the amps definitely live in another room. That's always a possibility. We used to track, and I'm not saying this is the best way to go, but, we'd put the drummer in the room essentially, and everyone else had a view of the drummer, but in the control room essentially. So the drummer was on his own island, and everyone was basically isolated from the drums that way. So the drums could sound big and open and live, and there'd be no bleed in the drums. That was always cool. But yeah, it's definitely a different vibe. So I'm not saying that that's what you should do if everyone's used to playing in the same room with everything super loud, but the bleed becomes a thing. So you got to make it sound great before you hit record for that to work, as opposed to like being able to deal with anything later, really. And I'm a fan of that. Go for that if that's what you like to do. There's a lot of the, like on STP Purple, you can hear some bleed on some stuff. You can hear some bleed on the drums from like a little bass bleeding in and stuff. So they definitely had a bass amp. I don't know if it was in the same room. That's the thing. It could have been, but it may have been in another place. Also, just we're hearing the bleed of it through the walls or through the, whatever. It could have been anywhere. Could have been in the room, though. That's true, too. I'm not sure. But I definitely remember hearing some bleed on some instruments on SDP Purple. when you hear all the tracks separated. One of the coolest things any band's ever done. I love what they did there. Where'd I get that accent? I don't know. Where they put the album up on their website with all the tracks separate, so you can hear everything as it was recorded. Man, was that a very cool thing to do. I made a whole video about it because I thought it was so cool. And if you haven't checked it out yet, you should. It was when they re-released Purple. They did that. It's very cool. If you're a huge STP fan like me, check that out. It's awesome. This guy, GDP wrote, this guy I know that has a huge studio in Tokyo leaves a little bleed from room to room on purpose. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's cool, man. I also use spill to my advantage and embrace it instead of fighting it. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'm going to do that thing I was supposed to do before and never did, where I take down everything. I think I talked about it. I got distracted, and then I don't think I ever did it. That's why we're still sitting a little hot here. Now, based on the way I have my session routed, I could take the master down, and it would basically be the same thing, but I just like to leave that for when I do my VCA automation. That's preferable to me. I use the master as a way to lower all my VCAs after automation. And you don't have to work like that. It's just how I like to work. Okay, make sure everything is checked. Everything checked. Okay. It's easy to see in this view if you forgot something. All the olive green stuff is the default color for auxiliaries. So I don't ever... Whenever I see that, I know. I just leave it that color, and I never have to think about, like, what is this? Okay. The good old all for bring down. Or AFB, as we say. We don't say that. What do we do? Here we go. Let's bring it down 4 dB. Now, when you do that, the only thing that'll work different is your compressor. Because in my case, it's the only thing on the mix bus is this compressor. It's on the master fader at this point, but it might not stay there. We shall find out. We shall find out. Just kind of showing you guys that it could go here, and then it'll make more sense to people. Probably. And the reason being, I want to see what the level is coming in here without actually taking anything on or off. If I do put something here, it's usually some sort of tape flavor. And I like putting that before the bus comp. I don't always do it, but I do like it. Tape flavor or converter flavor, because it was definitely brought to my attention that the 3348 tape plugin is more of a converter emulation plugin than a tape emulation, which is cool. They call it 3348 tape, and it's when these the tape machines that were controlled digitally have flavors. The ADDA has flavors. So by using different settings, you're changing the flavor of converter. Pretty cool. I have the reason I use this so often is because it doesn't add a huge change to the sound, but it does roll off a little bit of top end and makes it more tame on top, which I like a lot. My ears have a tendency to like things to be less harsh. That's an instant less harsher. That's how I call it. It's just a less, not unlike honestly like a de-esser or something, like a high frequency compressor of some kind. The Fusion plugin that does high frequency compression is cool. When I use the Fusion, when I mix hybrid, which I haven't, be perfectly honest, haven't been doing. Let's just end the sentence there. Haven't been doing. I was gonna say I haven't been doing much, and then I was like, it's even less. It's even less than much by a lot, which is cool. I'm really happy, sort of, that I'm getting really comfortable not mixing the way I was mixing for all those years. And I got to tell you, this 3348 tape, it gives me a very similar vibe to the way the high frequency compressor on the Fusion works. They definitely don't sound the same, the plug-in high frequency compressor of the Fusion compared to the unit itself, or at least I don't think they sound the same. It's kind of hard to level match that and really figure out exactly what the difference is, if it's just volume or what, but it sort of seems like a lot of the circuit comes with, you can't take the rest of the circuit out on the hardware, which makes it so impossible to make a comparison. But I find it's close. It does something very close, and it's basically just a de-esser. That's all it is. It's a de-harsher. Another way to de-harsh is de-ess. And you could do it on the Vice. You could do it on the 3348 tape with that tape roll-off. Any of the tape plugins, you could kind of do that on. It's just some of them add a lot of low-end bump also, like the Studer, a lot of low-end bump. Same with the ATR 102, it changes your low end. So same with the MB mix head, the Metric Halo, or Make Believe Studio rather, mix head, I love that plugin, but it does change your low end. So sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. If you turn it on early enough, it's not bad. You probably just work with it, and then it's nice and beautiful, but
Not make you a criminal. So you steal a gunfight and shoot up all day. Gonna try to get to
I'm always amazed at the little bit of like subtle depth you get out of it.
you. Try to get to me.
That 3348, it's just on and off right now, just now. It's very subtle, but there's a little bit of depth you get from that freaking thing.
You try to get to me. Oh, you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to
One of my favorite, like, change stuff up in any way you want plugins. All the Good Hurt stuff is cool for that reason.
you. So cynical.
Wow, that's crazy.
So cynical. Not make you a criminal.
That's crazy. Let's turn this on, because I know this is coming with us. Are you coming with me? Yes. Mick DSP ML4000. Let's get that on.
So cynical. Not make you a criminal. So you steal a gunfight.
Make no mistake, I'm very well aware we're getting a ton of level from that thing, and that's also why we like it. There's a bunch of reasons, but that's one of the big reasons that it winds up being the way I mix works well with it, because I mix kind of low up till there. Once this point in the chain happens, it's like all bets are off in terms of volume. In other words, if I'm getting volume from that, I like the way it gives me volume, and it doesn't seem to do a super squash thing that a lot of limiters do that I don't really love. So the way I get the song up to volume is usually the last two plugins, like a Mick DSP ML4000, maybe a little bit of Oxford Inflator, maybe a little bit of Gold Clip, that kind of thing. Maybe a little bit of CG2, something like that. Anything there gets me all the level I need, whereas to that point, I'm not really concerned with the level that much.
They want to raise
And even at that point, I'm not concerned with levels so much because I'm never trying to hit a number. I don't care what the number is. By the time it's done, it should feel really good. And if you jump around on different services that, you can listen to a lot of stuff really quickly back to back. The greatest stuff, in my opinion, musically, like sonically, I should say, the greatest stuff from the 70s, the 90s, throw 80s stuff in there. It's, every era. It's all over the place, volume-wise. It's literally all over the place. And it's all over the place in terms of how much bass is in it. It's just freaking all over the place, which is awesome. And as soon as you turn off the normalized thing, you get a sense of how far away things really are. It amazed me when I put on like Radiohead stuff and I realized like how little bass exists in a lot of Radiohead stuff. I was like, it's so interesting how much bass we put in now compared to all my favorite albums like OK Computer and the Bends, and there's so many amazing albums that they made, and the last thing anyone ever said when they listened to it is there's not enough bass in this. Like, nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said there's not enough drums in this, and the drums are often not the focus. The bass is never the focus, and the bass player is so good and the drummer is so good, but they are heard. They are heard. It is great. It feels great. It's amazing to listen to. It's just less bass in it. It's a symptom of a little bit of the times. It's like we're used to way more bass today than we were then. Unders! We're going to give you that bicycle horn of luck, good measure, goodwill, good fortune to you, my friend. Thank you for showing up, checking it out, doing our thing over here. We got a thing going on where we're getting through a tune, and we're on this path of getting it done quickly because the goal for me is to make 2 equal streams of, I don't know, something like 4-ish hours. That's the goal. So if we can get done in that amount of time tonight, that's awesome. And then tomorrow we finish up. We do flavor, or if it's not tomorrow, it'll be the next day. I got to check the schedule. I'm not sure about tomorrow, but it'll either be tomorrow or the next day. Stay tuned for that, and we'll be finishing up then. Yeah, Unders, man. That's a great point. Unders was writing, we're also used to way more compression. Yeah. I'd say that's true. There's definitely a lot of stuff I listen to mixed by really high level guys that when I hear it, I think to myself, man, that's a lot of compression. And sometimes I don't say that though. And so there's definitely some mixers that don't abide by that tons of compression thing, no matter what the times are doing, but it's the sound of the compression is different too. It feels different. I remember, I don't know who said it. I forget which mixer said it, but a lot of mixes from the day were like hardly touched, but at the end, sent through a limiter. And sometimes multiple times when they would bounce tracks, they would hit the limiter. They'd hit like the Fairchild notoriously would do what it did to Beatles tracks because it was being hit multiple times too. It wasn't just once. So there was a fair amount of compression on a lot of stuff, but it's just the way it was done, how it was usually done at the end. It wasn't done on a lot of individual sources as much as it was done on groups of things. But, a lot of old school tracks have a lot of, limiting on it. Is it look ahead brick wall limiting? No. But there's a lot of limiting. Look ahead brick wall limiting really sucks because it makes stuff soft. That's how I look at it anyway. It's like the purpose, it just doesn't do, it just softens it. Eric Valentine's got the best quote on that. He's like, thanks, digital. Thanks for that dull, harsh thing that you do, as opposed to tape, which would be like, thanks, tape, for that round, warm punch thing you do. The other thing was like, thanks for that dull, harsh. And don't get me wrong, I think there's ways around it. There's ways to sort of make it work for you either way. It's just not the same as the way you would do it if you were running through analog gear. it was really tough for me to do some comparisons with hybrid stuff and in the box stuff, because the way you mix is so different. It's just so different. Like somebody had commented, like, I can hear how much you're cranking your EQs on the hybrid stuff, and it's like, yeah, I am, but there's a reason. I'm not even looking at where the knob is. I'm cranking it because it sounds good when I add a lot. It still sounds good. It doesn't get to that harsh zone as quick, I want to say, so you can lay into them. But that's very different in the box. You can still twist these I twist these knobs however much they got to be twisted. 13 dB, I mean, whatever it is. Look at that. I'm cranking. 14 dB, we're cranking. But at the same time, I feel like the SSL gets close. I got to say, they get close, especially when you switch to something like the black. If the pink knob's too aggressive and you switch to the black, you just get the feel. If you've ever mixed, where you really had to lay into an EQ, it's like some of the SSL products really let you lay into them differently than a lot of the other stuff does. So they're doing something with the coding where it makes it where it handles more signal in a better way, so to speak. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Toe Man! Yo, audio guy showed up and he says, "What's up, Toe Man?" Toe Man shows up and he says, "What's up, audio guy?" I think we both know these guys are they're looking over the cubicle at each other as they say that. It's almost like they take shifts. It's like Superman and Clark Kent. You never seen those two together at the same time, but we have. That's the crazy part. We've seen both of them together at the same time, Toe Man and audio guy. So it's very confusing. GDP's flying, Toe Man. The bicycle horn of good luck, good measure, and good morrow. Good morrow. Good morrow. Good morrow. We need that. I need to hit a button in here. Good morrow. Honestly, using ProQ for everything, I power to you, man. Anders, if you can do that, man. It's hard to explain what that would be like. That'd be like mixing. What would that be like? That'd be like, I don't know. To me, that feels, I can't come up with the right analogy. My brain is working at like half speed. The right analogy, I don't know. That's like, what is that? It's like sanding with a toothbrush. No, that's not it. Because you could do a lot with Pro Q3. You could make big moves or whatnot, but what is it? What's the right analogy for that? It's like throwing a party at a doctor's office. That's what it feels like. Using Pro Q3 to mix a whole song would be like throwing a party at a doctor's office. Sure, you could fit people in a doctor's office and you could order funny hats and you could put on music. But at the end of the day, you're at a doctor's office and everybody knows it just by looking around. That's kind of how that would feel to me. Throwing a party at a doctor's office. And I love Pro Q3, don't get me wrong. But when I want to, when I have a toothache, I throw on Pro Q3, I get rid of the toothache. I don't want to touch the teeth next to it. I want to just deal with that tooth, no problem, bada bing. Exactly, it's clinical. There we go. That's where I guess I got that analogy from. Not true, Evan. It's just love. What are we talking about? What? Oh, not doing. Oh, I know you guys aren't the same person. I know that. I'm making a joke over here. Sonic Soundwork. I mix with an analog setup and can't get good enough results in the box. It's definitely a different approach. It's a very different approach. It's very different. Trust me. Don't say you can't, Sonic Soundwork. Just say you haven't yet been able to. That's something that I should have said about a year ago. I should have said that because that's the truth. Is it's not that you can't. It's that you haven't yet been able to. I'm telling you. That's the difference. It's a huge thing. Don't accept the fact that it's not possible. That would be a mistake. Just accept the fact that it hasn't been possible yet for you. That's the truth. Because there's plenty of people out there that are rocking and rolling at the top level, all in the box. And are they special? Yes, they're special. But so are you, my friend. Don't ever forget it. Sonic Soundwork. Don't ever forget it. Let's make sure we can hear the verses before I go to automation. We got to get closer. I'm going to mess with that vocal.
They're gonna try to get to you. They're gonna try to get.
That's why I was like, why is it so loud? It's because these are actually the same vocal. Don't be fooled.
They're gonna try to get to you.
Hear how the volume just goes up? That's the cue we need right there. These are both the same freaking vocal. Maybe we'll leave it there. We'll take it out of here. That shouldn't happen, but every once in a while, it might.
I'm calling the criminals.
See, those are clearly two different vocals.
I need somewhere else to go.
Those are all different.
To take what is not mine. Cast out and shame. Cast out and shame. They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Will you try to get to me? They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They're coming to Why she walk by me? Why she walk past? Why she walk by me? Why she walk past?
See if we can get any more juice out of these. Sometimes a good fix for too much high end is more low end.
Cause I
get our mandolin happening. We haven't messed with that at all. Let's go, Mando. Let's group these so I don't have to spend twice as much time. We're going to go Mando or Madno. Everyone knows I mean Mando. Madno. And then over here, Mando do. Mando do. It's the Italian Mando. Mando. To take what is not mine. That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Toe Man. They had to hold back in the bass in the old days because of vinyl. Shigiono, TH Music, dropping the knowledge. It's absolutely true. Yep, they would pop out the jam. That's exactly right. They had to hold back on the bass in the old days because of vinyl. Otherwise, the record stylus would jump out of the groove on the vinyl record. 100%. They can get away with a lot more today. The cutting method is very different. If I'm not mistaken, they can just get away with more low end today than they used to. If I'm not mistaken, although maybe it's a limitation imposed on the physicality of having a needle in a groove, but something tells me today's vinyl technology is in the cutting lathe department is definitely different. I mean, of course it is, but we're pretty careful about what song goes where in a record based on the physical position of it on the vinyl. Nice. Yep. Yeah, and that's in a whole nother concept. Because that's like what is it? One time I almost had a vinyl pressed and I learned a bunch about it, and it sounds like that's what you're talking about. It's the further away from the center you get, the more, what is it? It's like the grooves have a tendency to, you can't get away with as much bass or something. Is that what it is? The further away from the center it is? Something like that. Am I right? Talk to me. Something crazy. I know there's something going down with that. It's definitely possible because most work in the box, but yeah, you're right. I didn't try. This is Sonic Soundwork. Yep, Sonic Soundwork wrote, yeah, but you're right. I didn't try it enough because I don't really need to at the moment. Exactly. Do what you want to do, man. You know, it's just, whatever's comfortable for you is what's comfortable for you. And that's the bottom line. To take what Tollman wrote, new Mandalorian soundtrack. Sounds good to me. Rock and roll. I turn the compressors on stuff like this that's super dynamic and plucky. Like, why not? Not the gate, some compressor. Here we go. The last tracks of one side of an album cannot be too bumpy. Nice, GDP. It will make the thing jump and even scratch it. So big kicks and snares are something you want to consider when sending to vinyl. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, the big kicks and snares for sure, but the last tracks of what, like the positioning on the album is interesting. The last tracks of one side of an album cannot be too bumpy. So that's the thing, is the further out you go, which is why there was a benefit to sort of the sweet spot of time on a vinyl. Like you didn't want to make it. I remember thinking like, how much time do we have? Okay, so then if it's 45 minutes, let's put like 44 minutes and 45 seconds, like as much as we possibly can. And then I remember talking to the dude who was going to cut it, and he was like, you don't want to do that because, you know, yada, yada. And so it sounds like something like that. Sounds like part of what you just said. You know, too bumpy. Watch out. You don't want that. You don't want that. It was like leave a little room or something was the idea, I think, the thought process. Unders wrote it changed in the late 80s, which is things like the legendary General Levy. Incredible. That sentence mostly makes sense. The legendary General Levy. Interesting. You can usually get away with placing the ballads and quieter songs at the end, so the order of the songs on the CD and vinyl might change. That's interesting, dude. That's interesting. I like that. That's pretty sick, Anders. I didn't know that, dude. I remember in the 90s, many of the drum and bass DJs would stick a coin on the needle for weight. That's pretty cool. Didn't realize that. This is good stuff. That is pretty sick. GDP wrote, yep, usually the mastering engineer will speak like an ancient Mesopotamian. What you need to understand is whatever he says, say yes. Yeah. Yeah, if the dude is cutting vinyl, you know, by hand, yeah. Some of those, that happened, right? I mean, they would cut. Well, I wish I could have witnessed the process, and I bet on YouTube I could find a video to do that. I should check that out. It'd be cool to watch what goes down. Like, I feel like they must make a stencil and then it's got to be traced or something. Like, there's no way you could just cut that by hand. I don't understand it. I don't mind saying I don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't know what goes on. It's all freaking fairy dust to me. Like, I don't quite get it, but it's amazing. It's like a magical spell. It's Merlin. It's just Merlin. Tell me that doesn't sound like the gas pedal. This is the gas pedal right here. It's tough to hit the gas pedal after you've spent a few hours working, close to 4, because everything louder and more sounds better. But that thing is a gas pedal. That tube is gas. And then there's a lot of plugins that are gas. That one's gas. It's just like, it's just the fumes alone will get you. You know what I'm talking about. Woo! That's crazy. I don't hate it. What setting am I on? Green Onions, I think. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Green Onions is nuts. There's a bunch of on there that are pretty cool. They're all sort of, take them all with a grain of salt, but Green Onions is cool. The Dazed and Confused Zeppelin one got me a few times, and the Curtis Mayfield one got me a few times for Pusher Man. But Green Onions I probably go to the most. It just starts things in a good place. I always sort of tweak it from there, but it's the way it sets the tubes up and whatnot, just sort of gets me going. What's going on, Lycopene Rock? We got Lycopene! Lycopene! How you doing over there? It sounds funnier the more I say that name. That name develops a life of its own. I know it's about the tomatoes and whatnot, but at the same time, that name is a freaking trip hazard right there. That's what that is. That's one of those rugs that just always sticks up on the corner that every time you walk by, you just trip on that thing. I shall hit the gas pedal, Lycopene Rock. At unders, that's because of the subs in the club. Subs in the club. Yeah, well, that makes sense too. The subs in the club would cause the needle to move. So the more weight you would get, the more it wouldn't bounce out of the groove. That makes a lot of sense because the subs shake the room. Which is what I always tell people. Like, if you got neighbors and anybody you don't want to hear you mixing, you know, the speakers that kick the most bass probably ain't the right ones because they will hear those. That's the first thing you hear through walls. That stuff moves. The vibration carried by bass waves is way greater than the vibration of anything else. So the bass is going to move everything. It's going to move the foundation. It's going to move the freaking studs in the wall. It's going to move. It'll shake the pictures on the other side of the wall. Like it'll travel through the floor, up the stud, into the freaking picture, and then the pictures start moving on you. Like it does it. It does darken it a bunch though too, doesn't it? Let's see what, I haven't turned this one on in a minute. matter what I choose, it always goes back to this pushed Fat Master and with some tweaking usually, but it always comes back to that. The push 456 Fat Master. And the crosstalk adds some kind of depth. Some kind of depth that feels good. When you play drums right, it looks like you're freaking cutting a piece of flank steak or something. Just doopy doopy, ploppy doopy doopy doopy, ploppy doopy. It's just that push, that cue stick push. As far as I'm concerned, that's how you play the hi-hat. It's not down. It's the poogie poogie. The poogie poogie. That's what it is. It's that poke that cue stick at it. Just a pop it, pop it, pop it. What's going on over there? Mixed by XC Wave. How we doing? How you doing over there? We're going to give you a new sound because we got it. The bicycle horn of good faith, good measure, and good luck and prosperity. That's what that is. How's it going over there? We got you got a session open on your end? Open a session. Work on some stuff while we do our thing if you're in a position to do it. If not, then I appreciate you checking it out and watching and doing your thing. It's all good. It's all good either way. We're across the studio from each other right now. That's how I like to visualize this thing. And everybody's welcome to join this party we got going on over here. Mixed by XC Wave. Come on, Nightbot. Nightbot's coming at us like crazy. By the way, that bicycle horn is the sound we use for all our friends. So that's from everybody I recognize from somewhere, whether it's in the comment section or been on live streams before. Wherever I recognize your name, I hit you with that bicycle horn, which is our amazing sound until I plug in another one. That's the one. I just feel like that's the OG that people know that I hit when we're feeling good, because that's the you're feeling all right bicycle horn right there. It's just something about it. Keeps things light and entertaining. Feels good. So yeah, so I'm kind of feeling that ATR, man. There's something about this ATR. It's not doing as much damage as the Toop, this guy. So it's just, this is darkening us a lot. And it's not like I don't like a little bit of darkness. Just a little bit of darkness. So let's figure out why the vocal sounds a little thin to my ear. It didn't before. It might be a problem from that. Let's get rid of that. Much better. It was from that. Yeah, it could maybe be a little thicker. They're gonna try to get Little 200 hertz never hurt nobody when you're looking for that thickness. Where is that other vocal? Oh, it's hiding up here. We're going with as simple as we can possibly get away with over here. Not even using an 1176 on the vocal. I don't know how. Love that plugin. I love the Fairchild. Maybe we'll throw a Fairchild on these vocals. Let's see. Well, maybe we will. Let's see. Maybe I'll take the dynamics off the tracks and hit them with this. Let's see. That took a particularly long time to load, but I was scared. I don't mind admitting it. I was scared when it was going on. I was like, uh-oh. But we were okay. It's just this plugin does take a while to load when you load multiple instances of it. Like, watch out. Because it takes a lot of CPU to run this plugin. When it does very little, it's still doing a lot in my experience with this one. So we're going to kind of leave it. That's with both on. Let's see if we can get away with taking this off. I kind of like how this one holds it down and the Fairchild's just giving it the last kiss. Just kissing the thing. Now, when you got a ton of tracks like this and you have, it wouldn't be a good idea to send them all to a compressor because as they come and go, they're not always happening. There's just moments in time where they're there. You're never going to get that compressor set right. So this is definitely, in my opinion, a better use would be to put an individual instance of some plugin on each channel if you did want to do something. That's the beauty of a channel strip is you could really dial in compression differently on each channel and it's already there. But if you need a little more, oomph, you could throw something that requires very low CPU, like RVox is a good one. Or, the stuff that comes with Pro Tools is also pretty low CPU, like the Pro Tools Fairchild version. What is it? Or Bomb Factory or whatever if you have Pro Tools. But this.
try to get to you. Try to get to me.
These are low CPU.
Try to get to me. Try to get to me. Try to get to me. Try to get to you. Try to get to me.
I'm not particularly loving it, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm thinking more along the lines of maybe a 2A. Something kind of attacks it a little differently.
Try to get to me. Try to get to me. Try to get to you. Try to get to me. Try to get to me.
It's the try to get. It's those.
Try to get to me.
That's the ones I'm dealing with, just in case you weren't aware of that. This is just your output. It's not the input gain.
Try to get to me. Try to get to you. Try to get to me.
So that'll work. Let's move on.
Try to get.
What do we got here? You taking off, Sonic Soundwork? Thanks for checking it out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words and for everything you contributed to the stream. You are awesome, and you're welcome anytime. So thanks for stopping by. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys as well, in addition to you, Sonic Soundwork. We are going to wrap this up relatively soon. I like to try to get done with these things. 4 hours is the goal, so I'm going to put a time limit in my head right now to see how much more I can get done before I wrap this, and we'll finish it another day. Tomorrow or the next day, depends on the schedule. But make sure you have notifications and all that on. Hit the sub button. You know, if you haven't subscribed, please do that. I appreciate it. Helps the channel, and it makes sure you see the stuff that comes out. Also, hit the like button if you haven't already. And I really encourage people to look at it like, you know, you should open a session while I'm rocking and rolling over here. And then every time you need to take the ear break, you jump in the chat, or it just keeps it humane. It keeps it on a humanity level at a 10. That's where you want it. You want to not feel like you're totally isolated alone in a room somewhere, you know, where there's no life, there's no world. Trust me. I think people did so well working in studios because there were always people around. That's a reason why you feel so, in my opinion, I feel comfortable when I go in any studio when there's people around. It's a totally different feeling if you're in a studio by yourself. It's cool. I'm not saying it's not great, but when you're mixing, it's an isolating process as it is. So check in with people. It makes it more fun. It makes it more productive, in my opinion, because a little ear break, you'll know what you need to do. And every time I'm in the chat, I'm in ear break mode. So that's what's up. That's why I love this as a thing, and I think other engineers would get a huge benefit from the same thing. But yeah, Mr. Psychotronic wrote, "You don't know the power of the dark side, Darth Vader." That's true. You don't know the power of the dark side. It's Russian Darth Vader here today. Have a great stream. Yep, we're doing our stream thing. The Harpo horn. At least now those vocals are cutting through the way I like them to. They were recorded with no compression or anything, so it's nice to throw something on them. They were really dry on the way in. And we're doing a bunch on here. Let's add a little low end to this. This needs a little low end. Maybe we can do something with this to make it less, I don't know how to describe it. To make it less onion soup. We could do something. Let's make this less onion soup. What do you guys think? Onion soup? I don't think so. Although I do like onion soup. Not in this case.
They're gonna try to get to you. They're trying to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you.
Let's turn this thing on after the thing starts. Let's do something like that.
They're gonna try to get to you. Oh, you're trying to get to me.
Interesting. Not sure if I dig it all the way, but I kind of dig it a little bit. Maybe we'll, somewhere along the way, we'll hit him with those crazy,
Oh, you're trying to get to me.
little crystal builder. Sometimes I like that just for the tails, for the end. Like just that weird fizz on the end. Let's put a little of this back, because this was actually remember I muted it. It's the same note. It's the same exact performance. It's just on 2 tracks for some ridiculous reason. Shouldn't be. I'm being weird. I'm in that weird mode where I be weird. I appreciate that, Unders. Thank you, dude. I don't like how it disappears. I like the idea at first, but it's not disappearing smooth enough. That one may be better. That's our Strokes vocal. I just hit it with the juice in here. We're juicing the pre a little bit. It's already being compressed on the 4KG. I'm really just using compressor for color. That 2A has a little bit of a color to it. And it's not doing a whole lot, but it's subtle. I don't even know if it's necessary, to be honest with you. You notice how it pokes out a little more with it on. I mean, with it off, it sort of hides it a little, masks it. It's amazing. I have not touched the guitars at the end of the track at all. These two, I haven't touched them. Man, I like when I record guitars. I don't usually toot my own horn, but I just like the way the guitars sound. Could they sound better? Maybe a little bit, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to make it worse. And I'm not, it's just something about like two dynamic mics front and back of a cabinet, and then condensers out in the room, few feet, 4 feet. Could be the room doesn't even have to sound great. It's really just distance and close mics, and a nice combination of both is nice. And all these guitars there's only 2 mics up on any given performance. So it's not like you need 4 mics on a guitar amp or something to make it have a good sound. To me, 2's the sweet spot. You want 2 mics to give you a complementary sound. I could give them some more love, a little low end potentially. But it's so out of the way of the bass, I'm reluctant to. But we'll decide in a second. Thank you, Unders. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the thing with the streams, they're like, YouTube is really close, if they're not doing it already, about like being able to broadcast at highest, where there'd be no loss. They do it already on some stuff, some music, and some different stuff. They definitely do. I'm not sure on the streams where it's capped yet. But anything you look up information-wise could also be outdated, is something I realized, is that they're constantly updating and changing that stuff. And it gets to the point where it's so close to what I'm hearing in here. It really is. It's not as far away as some people would lead you to believe it is. It's really not, in terms of any quality loss that you experience. It's less now than it ever was before. And I'm, when I've listened back to some streams, I'm, and I don't do it that often, but when I do, I'm always, it's almost as expected, where I thought it would sound. I'm never surprised. I'm never like, why is the quality so much lower? Also, this software I'm using, it definitely transmits at a very high bit rate. The audio goes through at a nice high bit rate. And the software I use to get from Pro Tools into that is not, I'm not just doing a screen grab. Like, people take the audio internally from a screen grab, or that's also, in my opinion, not as good as sending it from the last plugin in the session at the very end of the chain to you guys. To me, that's actually a superior quality audio, and I've tried both, which is why I pay for Source Nexus, because it definitely, in my opinion, there's some benefit there. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off on that. I kind of doubt it. I just always leave the door open to the possibility that there's always probably, some bias with it, but I don't know. I always felt like there was a difference that I could hear. I also know from other people's experiences that when you take a screen grab and the audio just internally, like through the Mac OS, and try to send it to a stream or something, I know that it has way more glitches and hiccups in it. Like in terms of things kind of all of a sudden dropping out on you, or just that's way less reliable than for sending from Pro Tools using something like Source Nexus, in my opinion. I really like that company, and just what they do is they're really, I don't know, they create a lot of ways that allow people to, like, when I give lessons, I use it a lot. I use it for every video I've ever made. It's one of the few things that is pretty reliable when it comes to getting the audio to you guys. So oh man, Mixed by X, he wrote, finally I was able to find someone to type for me. Thank you for remembering me. I had a stroke and my heart was in trouble, and I came home from the hospital yesterday. I miss you all. Oh man, feel better, Mixed by Xy, man. That's rough, dude. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you just got home from the hospital. Being home is way better than being in the hospital. That's awesome. Glad to have you back, man. Rest up and feel better. That's rough. I hope you heal up soon. Yeah, unders, they're improving stuff all the time is what I noticed. Like it's not, I feel like they're active on it because they know it's important to people. Like the fact that I'm streaming in 4K is kind of amazing and makes me want to knock on wood, but there's a lot that goes into that in terms of, I don't know, the whole thing just feels like a lot to me. And how many other people in the world are doing the same thing, and the fact that they can handle that, I don't know, it's pretty cool. The whole thing is pretty cool to me. And then the audio thing, you know, there's plenty of mixers out there who send out tracks to be okayed as, 320 kbps MP3s. So there's plenty of guys that do that. And there's guys like Andrew Sheps out there that are like, man, I think in a blind test, very few people would pick. I think it was him who said that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I remember him saying something about it, about the fact that, like, high, and the way I feel about it is high quality, like the 320 kbps MP3 compared to a WAV file is, I mean, we're talking negligible. There's probably a difference. It's very, very, very subtle. And for big things like, I don't know, judging a mix or something, it's the mix is good or it's not. And it's nothing to do with whether it's a 320 kbps MP3 or a WAV file. That's my opinion about it. Like the mix will either sound good or it won't. In either format, it's not like, oh, it's good as a WAV, it's not good as a freaking 320 kbps MP3. So it's the same thing, I think, with streaming. I think once it gets to that level, and it might be there now, it's negligible. It's not anything worth even fussing over. But don't get me wrong, always you got to deliver a WAV file at the highest quality possible. It's just, that doesn't have to be you could also listen to an MP3 and be perfectly stoked on how it sounds. You're never going to be like, oh, this sounds like the way it used to sound when I used to use like Winamp on a, back in the day. Does that ring any bells? Remember Winamp? And you used to listen to like a freaking 56K MP3, and it would sound like it was half underwater. Do you remember those? Beautiful. Yeah, exactly. 320 MP3 is where it's exactly. I feel the same way. Trust me, I feel the same way. When I used to check stuff, I used to always like check the wave, and then I would check the wave against the MP3, and then plenty of times on really good systems, I was like, there's no point in doing this. Let me just check the MP3, and if that's good, the wave is perfect. So like when it came to checking mixes, I just switched to always doing that. Just there's nothing the wave tells me that the MP3 at 320 doesn't tell me, and that's just my view, but I believe it. Yeah, man, Winamp. No one's talking down on Winamp. I'm just saying, do you remember it back in the day? Winamp? Who doesn't? Winamp. It really whoops the llama's ass. That's hilarious. That brings back memories. Brian Piontek 60. What is it? Did I say that right? Brian Piontek. I'll get it right. Brian Piontek 6113. You got the bicycle horn of good measure, good luck, good faith. How you doing over there? And prosperity and wellness. We gotta throw it in. It really whoops the llama's ass. Now I'll never be able to get that out of my head. Thank you. Is that how it sounded? Is that the voice? Because that's what I hear in my head. As soon as I read that, that's what I hear. That's hilarious. Welcome to the stream, dude. Winamp guy created Reaper. Everything always circles back to Reaper, man. Everything always circles back. That's how it goes. Yeah, I don't know, GDP. We may have to do a blind test video on that, man. Because one of my favorite quotes somebody said is like, I think I could tell the difference between a bunch of stuff until I'm in a blind test, and when it's a true blind test, you know, that's the what? Say a word. I'm trying. That's the test right there. Mixing a hardcore record. That's awesome. That's awesome. We're just getting to the point where I'm gonna feel good enough to chill on this until the next session where I finish it. I usually do that final touches, automation, and sometimes a little bit of flavor addition stuff, you know, audio suite committing, that kind of thing. I do that on the second day. We're going to get this wrapped up shortly. Let's see if I lose a lot by adding a little EQ to these guys right here, because I'm feeling like we need to. Talk to me, EQ. I'm not sure if these are grouped or not. Let's see. If I twist this. All right, we're good. We're twisted. That's what we want. What about these? Twist this. Yes. Okay, we're in the mode. I love this view. I don't know about you guys. This is my view because I just feel like I love looking at freaking this instead of looking at Pro Tools. I just love it. I don't know about you guys. Feeling that. What's good, man? Brian Piontek 6113. I really enjoy your content, and it always coincidentally lines up with struggles I'm going through at the time. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Brian. That means a lot to me. You watching means a lot, and joining us on the live stream is awesome because this is still relatively new. I'm not sure if even half the channel knows I do this. I don't know if they can, I don't know how easy it is for people to watch a stream that's a longer live stream. Like, I don't know the disconnect just yet, but I'm determined to do this enough because I love doing this that I feel like we will get more and more people interested that are currently subscribers and are a part of the channel. And I'm happy you found us over here. I really appreciate that. I don't know how connected it is where people who want to watch 8-minute, 10-minute videos also want to watch a live stream. I'm not sure. We're figuring that out as we go, but make no mistake, I love doing this. And to me, it's like it sort of ties everything together because it opens up the door to a community of people just like us that are doing this stuff all over isolated. And now all of a sudden we're not isolated. Hallelujah. It's a freaking both sides of the hallway. People joining up, doing what we do. That's what's up. If you ain't lighting up, you ain't mixing on an SSL. You should be just a little bit of light sometimes on the guitars. I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Unless your guitars sound like square waves. If they sound like square waves and they're already totally smushed, then probably you don't need it. But if they got some life left in them because you left your guitars a little bit gritty, a little bit dirty, and at the same time, you hear the tone coming through it, it's not just a square wave, then a little bit of love on the SSL. That first dot does a thing. Also, don't be afraid to hit that button. Switch to the other kind of EQ from the pink to the black. That is what's up because they sound very different. The black's significantly darker. So if something's not working because it's too aggressive or like too... Not aggressive is the wrong word. I can't come up with the right word yet. But if it's too sort of like coming out and grabbing your throat with it, you switch it to the BLK and it smooths it out where now you'll be able to add top end and it'll sound way smoother. It won't be as like, coming at you with ice picks. Let's deal with those vocals that are doing the low, they want to erase yous. Where are they? I just want to hit them with some flavor compression. Just a little bit of flavor. And I could do it on the channel strip, but in the interest of getting her done, let's throw on a Rev A. The 2A kind of has been doing great for us. I might just stick with that if this is too aggressive. Unders. I own the controllers for the SSL 360. I definitely own it. I own it. I own the UC1 and the UF8. And on your screen, if I could direct your attention to the screen, you will notice there's a UF8. And there's a close-up of a UF8. And I jump to those only for VCA automation generally. But the UC1 is next to the UF8 on my desk, and I use the UC1 religiously since I bought it, and I love it. And I don't mind telling people how amazing it is to not click the mouse most of the session, because whatever you use most of the time, you're clicking most of the time. So when I get tired of using SSL stuff, I'll throw Neve stuff on or API stuff on, and then I'm using the mouse all day. There may be a way to map it where you don't have to do that. I know SoftTube has that map thing where you don't have to do that. But to me, there's just something about the fact that most of the time, if you're using an SSL channel strip, if that's the thing you like to use, that UC1 is amazing, you know? And it's nice to have the bus comp right in the middle of it. It's super well laid out, well thought out, and I really enjoy it. And I've had it for a good amount of time now. I scored over 70% in blind. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's 256K loses the air, and it's obvious on my setup, but a slamming mix in 320K is often all there. Yeah, it's when you say loses the air, it's like it rolls off somewhere, but it's like above 16 or 18K or something. It doesn't lose as much as you think. I'm telling you, it's like all the records I love from the 70s had nothing up there anyway. So, I don't know. What do we got? Have you yep, that's what the mixing. I agree 100%, Brian. Mixing in a vacuum on speakers in a room that lie to you and don't translate really isolates you. Yep. It's refreshing to see you post the not so glamorous parts behind the process. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's I just post everything I could think of, to be honest with you. I post everything I could think of that has anything to do with something that might help someone. And the way I look at it is, if I went through it, it's probably going to help someone. And it doesn't mean that everything I'm like, when I do stuff and it goes bad, I like to share that too. I don't just share the parts that work out. I try to share all the parts because I think it's important, especially the mental stuff. I don't think enough people talk about mental stuff when it comes to working alone and isolated and in a field where there is no right and there is no wrong. Because so much of what we do, we deal with people, and people can make things very difficult in general. People are very hard to deal with, in my opinion. So that means that you got to not only be good at your job, but you got to be good at dealing with people. And that is a skill too. They're all skills, you know, and I like people. They're also difficult, you know, not everyone, but they can be. So what does that mean? It means you got to sort of learn how to navigate the communication. Communication's tough. I think communication is one of the hardest things we do. So that means, you know, it has to be worked on. It has to be honed. You have to be getting better at that part too. communicating and understanding what people mean when they say this. It's never what you think it is. There's usually some sort of translation involved. And the more you learn about mixing and what's involved, like the more you know, the less, the more of a gap there is between what you know and what they think needs to happen to make a change. So they'll explain something very abstractly, and you need to sort of put that in its right box. You need to like sort that, like folding laundry, and put that into the box that it needs to go in so that you can understand what they want, because it'll never be where they tell you what box to put it in. It's most often there's a big gap between something they're saying and where that box is. You have to find that line. It's really difficult sometimes, but at the same time, it's always doable if you have a good, handle on communication, in my opinion. It's very doable. But the worse the people are at communicating, the harder that becomes. So you gotta, the people you're dealing with, you have to sort of guide them to the right communication to figure out exactly what needs to be said to make whatever. And you could, guess and check sometimes. I've done all sorts of stuff. I've called somebody on the phone before when I didn't understand what their notes were, and basically like FaceTimed, where I was like, so check this out. This is the track. Like, are you talking about this? Are you talking about this? Like, is it this guitar? Like, when you say this, I don't understand what that means, because, your definition of pre-chorus may be different than mine. And in this specific song, like, I don't know what you're talking about when you in this, but like, so I'll go through and we'll figure it out. I'll solo the things. Like, is that what you're hearing? No, you're talking about this. Whatever I have to do to get through it, I'll do. But ultimately, you want it to get there. But the worse the communication is, that can happen.
Will you try to get to me? They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to raise you. They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me?
Let's throw.
And shoot up all day.
I think this is the wrong choice for this. Let's throw this on it.
And shoot up all day. And shoot up all day. And I said that I screamed out her name. Now I'm calling the criminals. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name.
I might pan these around. They're literally, most of these are down the center. Not these at the bottom. These are all down the center, and not these two right here. And over here, these are down the center.
Screamed out her name.
I kind of like how they're out of the way. As soon as you do this, they come up. Freaking pan law.
Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name.
I'm feeling that. It's starting to work for him.
Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Screamed out her name. Now I'm calling the criminals. Cast out in shame. They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Will you try to get to me? Gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? Me, while she walks past.
There's so many ghost notes in there that I can't really gate it. Because if I do, it's going to make those ghost notes sound, you're going to lose some of them. They're never going to be ideal. So that's why I'm not gating it. I'm also not compressing it because I don't want to bring up the cymbals more. So I am compressing on a parallel track for the snare, but I'm not compressing on the track itself.
Cast out in shame.
I haven't tried it yet, but that was when I first heard it and I decided to do this on the kick drum. I was like, I'm going to leave the gate off because of all these ghost notes.
Cast out in shame. They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Will you try to get to me? Gonna try to get to you. Will you try to
Maybe we can get away with it.
and shame? They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Will you try to get to me?
I love how dry that sounds now. It's so funny how that works, right? You'll be listening to something for so long and you just get used to it with this Ocean Way thing, doing a little bit of verb on it, and then you listen dry and you're like, ooh, that's kind of cool though. Now I have a version there so I can tweak this as much as I want and always flip back if I need to. I like that better than using like the B zone. All right, sorry, getting a little focused here. What do we got? I also like this type of view. That's why I like Harrison Mix Bus. The main view is kind of like that, but integrated into the DAW and has all the Harrison and SSL stuff. Harrison was bought by SSL. Yeah, I haven't tried that yet. The Harrison Mix Bus. I haven't tried that. I don't know what that's about. The main view is kind of like that, but integrated into the DAW and has all the Harrison and SSL stuff. That's interesting. I tell you the truth, I would try it. I don't know. I would try it, but I don't like trying things and then wanting to buy them. I don't like buying new stuff. However, when I come in here and I see that, like the fact that it's not in the DAW, I'm not sure that matters so much. And I just realized something else. If I hit the 360 button again, I can get back to the DAW. Who knew? Learning new stuff every day. I've been clicking the Pro Tools icon at the bottom of the screen like a reet. I don't know why I did that, but that's what I've been doing. So we don't need to do that anymore. That's pretty cool. I might have to try that. At unders, did I miss anything else? I think we've been nailing. I think we nailed it. What else we get? What do we got here? Mr. Secretronic. Unders. See, I'm tempted by Console 1 for SSL 360, but not had the chance to test. Appreciate the answer here. Yeah. See, I'm tempted by Console 1 or SSL 360, but not. I've never used Console 1, so I can't weigh in on that. But I could tell you that I love using these controllers. Like, I love using them. Love it. But I never tried the Softtube Console 1 thing. To me, I always looked at it like I'm only going to get the controllers if it makes things super seamless on the plugin end. Because I used Avid Artist Mixes for a long time, and I never felt like they were good for anything except when I would do what I'm basically doing now with the VCA automation. I was like, this only works if I know where the stuff is all the time. So that means the left fader has always got to be kick. The one next to it's always got to be snare. The one next to it's got to be the rest of the drums, then bass, then guitar, vocals, flavor, and then sometimes a fader for all or an other. Like, so guitar, other, vocal. But it needs to be like that so that it's always easy for me to know where stuff is and I can adjust the whole mix at the end. Like, that always made sense to me. As soon as I had more than one 8-fader bank, I could never use it because I felt like I would have to do too much time in the scroll thing, or in that case, didn't have a scroll wheel, had a button. You'd flip through the banks and it would change things on all of them, and it would just be this big, weird headache. Like, I could never wrap my head around it, which is why I never bought more than one UF8, because I never felt like that made any sense. Coming from the Avid Artist mixes, it didn't make any sense. Like, one fader bank of 8 is essentially what Andy Wallace does when he takes his whole session to 8 things and then he automates from there. That's the move. All the vocals are sent to a fader that's vocals, and then he can make them as loud as he wants, but the balance is set going into that, and then he just has one fader to automate. So he can automate a little kick love, a little snare love, all the things I just mentioned that break down to 8. To me, that made so much sense. You never really need more than 8, especially something like this. On a console, it's different because everything you can work where it's always in the same place. As soon as you turn the wheel, that's not true anymore. So you can't do that in the digital, controller world. It doesn't work. To me, it never worked. I could just say that. Yeah, Vicky Beats, I'll check that out. I will check out your tunes, man. But what do we got here? Lycopene Rock. Yo, do you have the underwater effect? I love that underwater effect thing. Yeah, I have the underwater effect. Any EQ will do the underwater effect. Lycopene Rock, I appreciate you hanging out. You're the man. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a wonderful day and rest of your week. Brian Piontek, 6113. Do you work in -4 or 5 pan law? You know what's so funny? You asked that. You wrote. Brian's asking about pan law, and I may make a video on this because it's an interesting topic. But do you work in -4 or 5 pan law? I recently switched. He's saying -6 was the default and didn't even know about SSL consoles being shipped at -4.5. I think so. I'm not sure. I know GDP was talking to me about this recently too. Where is the thing? It's in session. Pan depth, -3.0. That's where I roll. And I have to say, I was listening to, everyone's going to have conflicting opinions on this. You know what my opinion is? My opinion is extra depth, no matter what SSL consoles are shipped with and whatnot, it doesn't mean what you think it means. All it means is, you're still making a mix the same way you would be any day of the week. Nothing, it's not like you get extra juice or anything like that. You get nothing from it. All you get is the volume of the sides is louder when you increase the pan depth. So that means when you pan a guitar left and a guitar right, you're setting that to the volume you like. If you change the pan depth, well, you should have just set it to a different volume. It's the same thing. It's not going to be any different. Every time you pan something hard left and hard right, that pan depth of whatever number is set is just informing your ears on how loud or low to make whatever it is you just pan to those sides. So if you like stuff better with more pan depth, you could get that same result by making the stuff you pan to the sides louder and the stuff you kept in the center not as loud. What I'm saying also on a separate note is that I've investigated mixes that I really like that were done in early era Pro Tools where the pan depth was like -2.5, I think, or something. I think it was 2.5. And I can tell you that they sound wide and they sound great, but they also have a really punchy, strong center. And it's not all on the sides. Because of that, in my opinion, those mixes sound great. Things have a spread. They feel wide. It's not like those mixes feel centered. Never in a million years would I think the pan depth was negative, 2.5, some really low number. I think it was 2.5. But what that said to me was, what it said to me was like this whole concept of like wanting things to be super wide all the time is actually a weird, like, modern thing. I think that is just very weird because it's way wider than things. That's what I'm saying. If you take into account an SSL with 4.5 pan depth, it means nothing. It's not like that's the reason it's wide. That's crazy talk. It's not the reason it's wide. It's just, it's setting stuff up so you're changing the volumes of the stuff you have on the sides. Who cares? In my opinion, it doesn't mean a whole lot. That's the truth. It doesn't mean a whole lot. That's why I wouldn't even waste time messing with it if it was me. Or just leave it where it is, and deal with it. Because ultimately, you're still informing how wide or not that is. And I hate super wide. I want to point this out too. I think I have a personal bias against super wide. I don't like the way it feels. It feels awkward to me. So I have a real strong appreciation for things that kind of have a width but also feel a little bit centered. Whenever I use widening plugins or anything like that, I go very easy on them. I don't push them out super wide. It always sort of makes me feel queasy. Like, I just don't like it. And I find my favorite mixes have a very strong center. They're not all this out on the sides, but I am also a fan of music from the decades before now. I love that stuff. And when I put it up against other stuff that's more modern, I'm thinking, oh, this is so much wider in the modern era. It sucks too. It's that much worse equally. It's worse and it's wider. And then I'm thinking, oh, why is this stuff so much better? Well, it has a really strong center for one, and it's better. So it's weird how that correlation happens in my world. But when I'm listening to stuff, I don't get that. I never get the feeling of this is so much wider and I love it. I'm like, this is so much wider and it's worse. That's how I feel about it. But I'm crazy. I want to point that out. I'm not saying I'm everybody in this. That's how I feel. Sometimes width is helpful, but there's no magic to that. Neve is -3. I always work at 4.5. But yeah, I do. Me and GDP talked about it. I was like, I don't get it. I don't get I don't get it. Yeah, Brian, man, the whole thing though is you can't just switch it to -3 and then compare. You can't do that. And I think I just explained that at length, because if you did what's going on, Warhard Arts? How's it going over there? Nice to see you, buddy. It's I appreciate you stopping by. We're in the middle of a pan depth discussion. And all the SSL stuff being used is whatchamahoo's is plugins, by the way, on every mix I do for these live streams. Straight plugins all day, because I feel like it definitely levels the playing field, and it's also something I've wanted to do for a long time, so I make sure that I do it. It's like, it's the way I roll nowadays. And what I could tell you is this pan depth thing, it's like if you were to just switch it to -3 and print one, that's not how you mixed it. So it's because it makes the sides a different volume than the center. That's all pan depth is. If it's set a certain way and you mix that way, you've controlled the volume of the sides in your decision for how loud or how low to make whatever you put on the sides. Every fader move you made for balance was informed by the pan law. So you cannot then switch that and expect a result that you like better. In my opinion, it doesn't. It's like that's it's a big falsehood in understanding of pan law, because it informed every decision you made. So therefore, the mix will be very different. It's not going to be better, in my opinion, if you mixed it the way you like it. If you like the mix at negative 4.5, you won't like it better at negative 3. But if you mix a song in negative 3 and you deal with how you want the sides, it's the same thing. Like you'll create a version you like at negative 3. You'll create a version you like at negative 4.5, because ultimately the person making the mix is the one deciding how much on the sides there is and how much in the center there is. That's what I'm saying. And there's other ways to do it, throughout the whole thing. But once you get to the mix bus, any sort of mid-side EQ, you put as much, just if you think about that, you could put as much on the sides as you want or as much in the center as you want, irrespective of the pan depth. So the pan depth's got nothing to do with it. It's about how you mix and what you prefer. Do you prefer things to get, do you prefer the sides to feel much louder, which essentially is saying, do you prefer the center to be much lower? That's what that means. Don't look at it like it's not a trade-off. The sides feel bigger because the center feels quieter. That's what pan law is. So the center being quiet, why is that a benefit to people? You're losing where the kick is. You're losing the snare. You're losing the punch. And you're trading it in favor for more on the sides. But what I said before, it makes sense. You mixed it the way you wanted it. You put the right amount in the center and in the sides. You made all those calls. So you can't then just switch the pan depth. You can mix another song at a different pan depth, and I bet you'll get a very similar result. That's what I'm telling you. Because it's all about how you hear that determine how you set the volume on the sides, the center, every mid-side EQ you used or not. I'm telling you. Exactly. Changing the pan depth once the song is mixed or nearly done will ruin the balance. 100%. It's exactly right. So yeah, bada bing. Yeah, Warheart Arts. I was out for the count for a little while there. I was sick, but now I'm back.
So you try to get to me.
But I'm telling you, like, it doesn't matter if I set this to negative 2.5 or if I set it, it doesn't matter. It'll matter now. Can't do it now, but if I set that to 2.5 and mix the song, everything would be fine. If you set it to 4.5 and mix the song, everything will be fine. But as long as you do it at the beginning, before you've made your decisions as far as what goes where, how much of it goes where, you'll be good. No big deal. So stressing about that's crazy, if you ask me. But early Pro Tools, if I'm not mistaken, was negative 2.5. So some stuff I've pulled up that I have sessions for, when I look at that, I'm like, wow, wide, big, great sounding mix, negative 2.5 pan law. That's very interesting.
If you weren't so cynical, and I'd make you a criminal. So you steal a gunfight and shoot up all day.
I turned Ocean Way on. Let's see if this is actually better, and that's going to be the last decision I make tonight. Can't really tell in solo, but at first when I turned it on before the song was mixed, I recall thinking, this is better with it on by a long shot. The depth it's adding to the kit, it's awesome. However, this song is recorded in a very dry room, and it works for the track. The drums actually sound punchy and in our face and pretty good, and now I'm like not liking Ocean Way on it. I could definitely turn it down a bit in terms of what it's giving us. Whoopsie! I dragged it to the wrong place. Which one is the right one? Let us see. Yeah, this one. Alright. Let us turn this on and off and see which we like better. Just a little bit of life on it now. Can't hear these enough. Sounds like freaking Clue. Sounds like Clue. That's the only vocal on there, so I could actually just not freaking do that. Just do this, and then do this. I appreciate you checking it out, Brian. You're the man. Thank you for coming through. You're welcome anytime, man. This is that zone. Bring a session, do your thing, working on it, and jump in the chat back and forth while we're working. Be part of the crew, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. We're bringing engineers together over here. We're doing that thing. What do we got here? I agree, Warhard Arts. Wide stereo sound, interesting in the studio or on headphones, but wide stereo brings issues in clubs, cars, spread speaker systems. Yup. It's just a thing, man. As soon as, I don't know. I think people just overdo a lot of stuff today, and one of them is widening. That's just my view on it, I think. I tend to have the vocals lower anyways, so back to the drawing board for the 100th time. Yep, that's Brian, for sure, man. Unders wrote my entire battle, both when I was managing Function 1 systems and now making it a mastering club music. Yep. Big controversy if venue should run in mono. That's interesting, yeah. Well, what you don't want is to be seated next to in a certain section and not be able to hear stuff. I always look at it like when I'm mixing something where I know it's supposed to be played in a club anyway, if that's the goal, you kind of have to think about the mix a little different. You still want it to jump out at you and stuff, but I don't want it to be where if it's in a place where there's a left and right and you're all the way on one side, left speaker side or something. I don't want it to be weird, but I always know, though, also, whenever you get into an environment like that, a lot is outside of your control. So the best thing you could do is just make something that sounds really good, from where you're seated in your studio. Make sure it works on headphones. If you want to check in mono, that's your call. Some people do, some people don't. There's no right answer. That's up to you. I have a tendency to not check in mono. The closest I get to mono is on an Alexa or that kind of thing, a Bluetooth speaker, and that's not mono, but that's the closest I usually get to checking in mono. The headphones do a wonderful job for being a second checkpoint for me, but that's just the way I roll. I have a tendency to think mixing in mono is kind of pointless. Do. War Arts where I'm to all this mostly, so my stereo image is 100% determined by my soundtrack's Topaz console. Nice. No stereo widener or plugins. Yep. Well, the stereo image is determined by what you pan left and what you pan right, no matter what you're using. What you keep in the center, what you pan left, and what you pan right is determining your stereo image. You don't need widening plugins to take the center away to make the sides feel wider. That's all it does. It's what's the point? Just mix it that way. I use some, stereo widening stuff in a chorus or something because it's the easiest, quickest way to give a slight change in the depth of the song to make it do something, but use it sparingly. That's what I'm saying. Don't hit it with a ton of that. Just hit it with a little bit. That's okay. A little bit's okay. In the every stereo field editor works a little bit differently on hardware too. The Rupert Neve Designs MBP, really good sounding stereo field editor on there. Really good, in my opinion. Really useful. The Fusion, much more limited, but also still useful in its own right. It's just much more limited with its, the whatever it has, depth and width or something. What is that? Yeah, space and width is what they call it. And they have two controls for that. Whereas you can kind of do a lot more with the Rupert Neve designs. It feels like it just seems to be more of a brute force thing where you can kind of make it do what you want in pretty much any circumstance. The spacecraft is supposedly even a million times more detailed than that one in terms of being able to dial in exactly what you want. But a lot of times in mastering, those things can be real helpful. If you have a mix that's just like, it's great, but they overdid the width, and like, you know, if you're dealing with something like that, well, putting some of the center back using something like that is really helpful. But yeah, you could do it in plug-in form too. You don't need the hardware necessarily. I'm just saying that something like that can make things a lot easier. Warhard Arts, I ran a 3000 cat. Oh, wow. That took just the left channel from the mixer. Fabric, set up to record sets in stereo. Wow, nice. The dancer was mono. Nice. They should run in Atmos. Yep. Yeah, half stereo is not the same as some mono, losing half the music. Yep. Yep. Auditor is definitely doing sets in some sort of surround. Do. The kick drum coming from the ceiling and the hi-hat from the ground. I'm talking about Atmos stuff? Yeah. It's funny. It's Atmos is kind of funny to me. I feel the dance floor should be mono. You're spinning around anyway. That's an interesting point. I never really thought of it that way. Mr. Psychotronics trims the stereo width down a little at the end with a Behringer Edison, old German model, that does the trick mostly for me if I need to fix stuff in post-processing. That's pretty cool. Trimming the stereo width down. Now we're talking. Now we're up there. I'm telling you, man. Listen to. I don't know what to tell you to listen to. Listen to Air, the band Air. Great band. Just listen to Air. Listen to how good the drums sound, and also simultaneously how not wide the drums sound. I love that. They sound. They're one of my favorite. I don't know. I love the band Air. Their Tiny Desk is worth watching if you haven't checked it out. Check that out after the stream if you haven't. It's great. Just trying to catch up on some of the jams. And then guitar solos or something. Yeah, sometimes in restaurants or supermarkets, you get some weird experience because of because the speaker setup is crazy. But I think that's just an error on the part of the way the stuff's set up. It's not about the mix doesn't work that way. It's just a disaster the way they set the stuff up. It could be a messed up setup. Like if you have a pair of headphones and the wires get messed up in the headphones, between the jack and something gets decoupled, all of a sudden now things sound crazy. And that's not because the left side of the mix is crazy. It's because there's weird cancellation happening because of the ridiculous, in that case, headphone wires canceling each other out. But in the case of speakers, it could be it's ridiculous. You got speakers pointing at speakers. All of a sudden, the mix is totally different. Have you ever done that? Have you ever taken a pair of speakers that's meant to be set up like vertical and turned them horizontal and sort of faced them at each other? And, you might have to flip one the other way, but they're both horizontal essentially. It's just a question like which side the bass driver's on or not, and they'll cancel each other out. You'll hear the music and there'll be no bass. It'll be like, oh, where'd all the bass go? Well, you got the freaking speakers set up all out of phase. It could have nothing to do with the mix whatsoever. It just makes it sound awful. That's what I'm saying. So there's you never did that. Nobody did that. I've done that. There's all sorts of ways to make things sound terrible. You never tried any of them? I do Warhart saying I do a mono check during mix, but don't mix in mono for long. Yeah, plenty of people do a mono check. You know, if you love it, go for it. Some sort of surround, name of the stereo pan. Some sort of surround, name of the stereo. Now I'm gonna go check. Yeah, wait till we're done over here, Shigiono. Oh, Braxel! We see Braxel in the house. Braxel in the house. What's popping over there, man? Good to see you, Brax. It's good to see you, Braxel. We gotta get that sound. What is that? That's from Billy Madison, isn't it? It's good to see you, Billy. Is that from that? I think so. I don't know. My head's all over the place. Yeah, most stereo systems, especially, are not installed by an engineer. Yeah, exactly. Especially in all the ones where, like, it's a supermarket or something. They're just like, okay, let's put it there and there. Perfect. Place that has, live music over here. And it's like a freaking tin can. And they put up, like, one sound panel that's, like, 2 inches. It's a really thin sound panel. It's like the thinnest egg crate foam you've ever seen. Like the cheapest they could possibly find. And it's like maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, maybe two, and it's in this giant room. And they just decided to like slap one over there and like slap one over there. And they're like, perfect. And I looked at that and I was like, this stuff's doing nothing. And my buddy was like, yo, we're playing in a Friskies can. Exactly. It's awful. Fancy feast, I think he said. That was hilarious. I can't take credit for that because it was a hilarious joke about he's like, we're playing in a fancy feast can or something. It's terrible. Figuring that out with like 30 speakers in a club was my job. That's insane. Yeah, that's pretty cool that you did that, Unders. That's sick. Gold clip is not on at the moment. Gold clip is not on. I repeat, it's not on. Yeah, no. It is not on at the moment. You're waking up over there. We are just wrapping over here. This is our mix bus if anybody wants to check it out at the moment. We got ATR 102 and bus comp, SSL bus comp and a MIC DSP ML4000. That's all we've got going on at the moment, and things are sounding pretty good. So we're going to finish this up on a day 2, which is either tomorrow or the next day. And until then, I got to check the schedule to figure out when the next stream is going to be. But let's print one of these. We'll print one of these. We'll do some wrap up thank yous, and then we will get out of here. I just want those guitar riffs. I want that. That's got to come up. That's got to come up before we do anything. These bloom, blum, 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 bloom, blum, 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 blum. We need more of those. I don't want to do it 10 times, so we're going to do ending guitars. Little 2.5 dB boost. Let's see if that's all we need. Bass player in the house. Bass player in the house. so clean too. I really didn't add much dirt on it at all, which is making me think the bass sounds pretty good. So it's not like we need it, but I mighta, coulda, and I might. Let's just do it on the SM58 track or something. You know, I could always take it off. We'll see if we can get it done all in the SSL channel here. And we're going to crank this down a bit, get us more goof for the sleuth. That's by itself. Let's hear it all together. It doesn't matter what it sounds like in solo. So let's listen in the track. I'm losing low end by adding this, so I'm adding now some low end to make up for the fact that as soon as you add this mic pre and grit it up with the dirt, you're definitely losing low end. Yeah, I appreciate that, Vic. Yo, Beats. I appreciate that, man. I really do. Thank you for the love. It means a lot to me. And Under is talking about the Bomb Factory. Always puts in work, man. I love the BF-76, and I was talking about it. That's usually what happens. I'll be mixing. Like, none of this stuff is planned out unless GDP's like, hey, we should try using, the SSL, what is it, the Neve 88RS or something, or the Shep's Omni. Like, unless we talk about something ahead of time, and I'm like, yeah, that'd be a good idea. Let's try that. Or the CQ. Like, I get a lot of ideas from GDP of like what to try, and in a lot of these streams, I'll use different EQs because not everybody likes to use the same thing. I'm just falling in love, and I have no problem saying it. I'm falling in love with this. So that's going to make me want to use the SSL stuff a lot. But that doesn't mean we'll use always a G. I love the G. It's the most versatile. It's definitely the one that can get the most done. But that doesn't mean we can't do the same thing with the B and the E. And I got all of them. So we could easily do that. So there's going to be all sorts of colors you'll see here instead. You can mix and match these things too. Couple E, couple B, couple. I like making them all the same. Because like I said, I'm a little cuckoo. But they don't have to be all the same. Like you'll notice sometimes I'll switch to the black mode, that BLK button, to get, instead of the pink knobs on the highs, you get these, but it changes the sound of the whole thing. So I really enjoy using the different colors that come on a few of these. The E has the same thing. You get that orange knob choice down here. It changes like brown, black, orange. That's pretty cool. But yeah, the B is one of my favorites also. So the E, the B, I love them all. We're going to switch them all up on these next coming streams. We'll do a bunch. And then at some point, I'll probably revert back to also the stuff I always also use. Like the API Vision is fun to mix a song using just the Vision channel strip. I love that. Same thing with Neve stuff. The 88RS is pretty cool. It eats up, more CPU than using these. But the 88R, the Neve channel strip, is pretty solid too. It's really good. I like them all, I have to say. Like, they all have their strengths. I really do like the 88R. It's super snappy and punchy also. It just doesn't sound like an SSL. It has its own thing. I do dig it though. The Shep's Omni channel does everything, which is awesome, and I like that thing too, but it's I don't know. Every time I use that for a whole session, I do feel like, I don't know, it's so easy to overdo things with that plugin. So you got to be super careful. But I love that plugin. It's really good. But it fits Shep's personality perfectly because, he designed it obviously, but the dude, super capable and amazing mixer, and definitely like knows when to hold back, I think. So that plugin works for somebody who can really hold back, because you could do so much. So you got to watch out. Like, you could add a freaking de-esser between each circuit. It's like, how many de-essers do we need? Perfect. All of them. It's just, you could do nuts stuff in there. Pretty nuts. Every EQ band can be every EQ band. Exactly what I said. SSL puts you in a little more of a box. The Neve channel strip puts you in a little more of a box. Like, I like being in a box. Having all the abilities is not so great for someone like me. It would take me, if I had the choice of every shirt in the world, I'd never be able to get dressed. That's why, to a certain degree, I like, I kind of have a uniform. I have a kind of basic set of stuff I always throw on because I hate choices. Too many choices is bad. And that's why when I mix, I try to stick within a box of what I'm using, because I feel like that makes me get the most out of it. And if I'm searching, I'll go to the banks and start grabbing what I need. Certain things, like I have a ton of stuff ready for bass, because the bass is one of those things where, depending on how it was recorded and what bass was used, do you have mics or just a DI? That's the thing that I find could require the most stuff most often to make sound like a freaking bass. But in this case, sounds pretty good. So we're not even using this parallel. We're doing okay. And the drums, the drums are one of those things where, depending on what you get, just lean into whatever they sound like. Lean into whatever they sound like. Right now we're using one drum parallel with also the bus comp on it, because I mean it when I say I'm trying to use as little as I possibly can so that I can one day, be somebody who is truly a minimalist, because I'm no longer trying to be a minimalist, but I'm just that way in my thought process. So I'm actively trying to use as little as I can. And that helps me because my mindset is usually like, how much can I do? And that's the worst possible mindset. And I think a lot of us have that, like, deep down. Even if you think you don't, you might. My goal has been to make a mix. At the end of it, I want to say, wouldn't it be great if, I should have added this one thing because I didn't add enough. It's always the opposite. It's always like, I wish I didn't do all this because it didn't need that. That's usually what it is. So, but again, this is just true reflection. You're getting to hear all the inner thoughts at the moment because, in my opinion, it's important. Reflect. You learn from it. If you never take inventory, you never really know what you got. So to me, it's a big one. And I find mixes where I force myself within, like, add a channel strip to everything. Make it the same one. Add if you're going to, on vocals, you might need different flavor compressors because you really hear them. That's the reason. You'll hear them. Vocals need to be heard. They can't be buried in the track. So as soon as you hear them super clear, the flavor of the compressor comes out. That's why, like, on the leads, I'm using an Unfair Child and I'm using an 1176. That's usually my go-to. The 1176 is a good starting point. But the 2A kind of tames things in a way that I like when I want them to not be in the foreground. And because this song has a lot of background vocals, a few of them needed a 2A to just sort of calm them down a little bit instead of the aggression you would get from an 1176 Blue Stripe. Very aggressive. So it's a solid compressor, but super aggressive is how I think about it. The 2A is much more of a tame, it's a lion tamer. It's also why it works pretty good on bass too at 2A, because it's a real good lion tamer. It just kind of tame that thing. Settle down, you. But it doesn't, it just masks a little bit. SSL, what do we got here? I'm checking out some of the chat stuff. I'm ready to have that hamburger, Braxel. Vicky O Beats is talking about SSL remain my top favorite plugins. Real impact on the mix. They are just so snappy. And depending on the stuff you like, it's not the sound of other things. You can't pull up like a Pro Q3 and be like, I'm sure you can make a Pro Q3 do what sound like an SSL, but getting there in terms of how quick you can do it on an SSL plugin is very, very different. So many more clicks of the mouse and moves in my opinion. It's not the same. There's a reason that that console was so used by so many people. It's because of if you look at ergonomics as how quick can you make something do what you hear in your head, I don't think anything beats it. That's the truth. Because you combine how quick can you make it do what you want it to do, and also how flexible is it? Because if it's just, you want it to be super punchy and whatever, like API is a winner. If you want it to be, and Neve can be a winner. But if you combine that, like I need punchy and big and whatever, with flexible, that's where SSL takes over in the race. But it's arguable that you might be able to get more of that punch, and not punch in a snappy sense of like we need it all to fit together in a mix, which is why SSL really runs the mixing world or it did for a really long time, is because of that. It's because it's so flexible to make things fit together. Whereas like when tracking, I don't know if anybody, I think if people have used everything to track, SSL boards, Neve, and API, I think if you took a poll of like everyone who spent 10,000 hours on all those boards, if you had all of them and you asked all of them, what do you prefer to track on? If I had to guess, I think people would lean towards Neve and API. Most likely. If those were the three, Neve, API, SSL. For tracking, they lean towards those. And then in mixing, you'd lean towards the SSL. If you ask the same amount of people who've spent 10,000 hours on all that stuff, I bet you that's what the percentage would weigh towards. Of course, there'd be outliers. So I'm not saying you might not feel differently. Anybody listening could feel differently. But I think the percentage would just eventually it would catch up to what I'm saying. I think that API, Neve for tracking, SSL for mixing, and it's simply about how quick you get to the sound in your head. And when you're tracking, you're not, I mean, you could be thinking about how it all fits together, but I think the nitty gritty of that is really well suited on an SSL if you have these super big sounds going in. You know, even like a Trident board or, you know, anything that gives you, you know, thick, punchy sounds on the way in, you can take any of that and run it through an SSL and really make it sound awesome. Whereas if you record on an SSL and then you want to run it through, you know, an API or a Neve or something like that, I don't think it's going to work the same for you, in my opinion. I don't know, man. I really doubt it. Because there's sculpting from a point of view of we have all this huge amount of sonics and everything's super wide and fat, and now I'm going to trim it down is doable. You can cut the fat off a steak. Easy. Try to glue the fat back onto a steak. It's not as easy. You need a lot of glue. Snare is super dry. I don't hate it. I actually kind of like it. Let's just run it through this 33, bus 33 to make sure that we're all good. This is a reverb that I always have set up all the time, just in case. Pro Q3 on the front, take a little top and bottom off. Lexicon on the backside. And that's just going to give me a little bit of love. If I need a little bit of, you know, something to put it in the same room as the overheads. I might just not use it at all. We're going to determine that in a spot of the song where it's super dense. That's usually, if this comes on, it may come on only in choruses or something. Let us figure out why we can't hear it. It's very subtle. Let's mess with the EMT 250 and maybe the DB verb. I like them both. This is the David Bendeth verb. Gotta love this thing. See, it's not unlike me to like have it on and off and on and off in different parts of the song. That is something I do. Let's just put it on for the moment and determine if we want it before we do that. I'll do that with the EMT. I'll do it with all of them. On, see, it's on sometimes, it's off sometimes. What's that? The EMT, but it's off. Let's turn the EMT on too. Hold on. It's funny, I have this set to Ocean Way too. That's interesting. There's an Ocean Way preset, and that's the same thing we're using on. We're not using this particular thing, but the EMT 250, but we're using the Ocean Way plugin. So that'd be interesting to put this on the snare too. When you turn on wet solo, it's super wet on you. I wouldn't recommend it if you're trying to keep it on the same track. But if you have it on the like what I'm doing, you're sending from the snare to another bus, and in that case it's in parallel, then you would want it to be wet solo, and you control how much blend just with the volume knob. Otherwise, you're basically just duplicating and getting more volume from the snare because you have two dry versions next to each other, and I don't see the point of that. You notice how it just adds a bit of a tail? I don't know if I like it, but that's all it's really doing. That's the DB verb, and this is the lexicon. The lexicon is just adding some ring. I have this thing set where it's like barely doing anything, it sounds like. The DB verb kind of seems like it's going to work. Let's see. When I heard Brendan O'Brien loved the EMT 250 and used it on almost everything, I got to say, I was sort of like, okay, well, now I know what reverb I'm using on everything for my entire life. Perfect. But he was talking about the hardware, obviously. And I'm just thinking, well, if the hardware did such an amazing job for him, I bet you he uses the plugin still nowadays. freaking power switch was going off on us, it looks like. Gotta love a little hidden power switch in there where the plug-in still appears on, but it wasn't in a spot or two where this was going on. See that? Good old power switch. Be careful of stuff like that. I automate with the power switch when I don't want to hear a pop. Sometimes you use the bypass, like master bypass or whatever, it will turn the plug-in off. And when that turns on and off, you'll hear a pop or like a tss, or like a tss, like depending on the plug-in, you'll hear a weird noise. If it's a reverb, you'll often not only hear the click or the pop, but you'll hear this weird, like whatever the reverb is for a second. It's awful. So they make power buttons on plugins for this reason. So when you turn that on and off, it's often way quieter. So keep that in mind. If you hear the click and the pop, some plugins are worse than others. The manufacturer itself, when it comes to turning them on and off and it being super audible and nothing you can really do about it. Just a lot of them are very usable because once you figure that part out, just make sure you're dealing with the power button part of it. If you hear it on the bypass, there usually is a power button on it. If you don't hear it on the bypass, then you're smooth sailing with it. Like on, what is it, Echo Boy? I think they're particularly good at not hearing the bypass part. Like they do something with the code, I guess. When it goes on and off, you don't hear it for most of their stuff. If I'm not mistaken, it's Sound Toys. Not Echo Boy, but Sound Toys in general. That's why there's no like power button on it for most of their stuff. Because they just figured that part out already. I appreciate that, Vicchio Beats. Vicchio Beats talking about, that is all about having to support each other in the passion for music, bring people together. That's what's up, man. Bringing people together, and Braxel's dropping onion rings. Talking about the food we're about to eat. Every time Braxel shows up, I get hungry because the dude talks about food, and I'm hungry. What do we got? Relying on hardware, but owning very little. I'm definitely a minimalist. Nice. Yeah, no, it's using only what you have for hardware is a good way to get better too, because you'll squeeze the most out of it. If you rely on hardware and don't have a lot of it, you'll squeeze the most out of it. I knew a dude who used to run everything through this pair of Neves, like everything, before he did anything else. He would just run it through there and, kind of one at a time style. Took a while, but he liked the results, and that's what matters. Exactly. That's true, Braxel. Use what you use. Plugins, hardware, it's all good. Oh, man. Warhard Arts, I don't know who wouldn't love to mix a song on an API 2448. I think it'd be awesome. And make no mistake, like what I was saying about SSL being so flexible and amazing, like API, you could make it work on anything. The bottom line is, let's put it better. You will make it work no matter what you have, no matter what console, no matter if you got no consoles. You'll make it work no matter what. It's just a question of, at that point, it's like any car will get you to the finish line, but what car do you prefer to drive going to the finish line? That's really all it is. How do you prefer to arrive at that finish line? But they'll all work. This is a cool take here. He wrote, hot take, prefer tracking all digital now. Used a Neve VRL for years, but honestly now all digital and plugins. Rarely track now though too. That's an interesting take. You're not the first person I've heard say that. That might require a video pretty soon. And the reason it might require a video is because there's a lot of people that like this, the idea at least. It's kind of mixed, but whenever you got like a console like that, for example, like you've got noise. You've got noise in consoles, you've got noise on tape, you've got noise through analog hardware. So the thought process being, for the people who like that, I'm not saying I'm not going to weigh in which way I feel on this at the moment, but I might put it in a video. But the way I look at this is, it's I might need to think on it a little more. I know some people who want to track super clean through stuff that has like hardly any color and then just add a lot of color in the box or on a console during the mix stage. But during the tracking process, they want like no noise, no, like just nothing. And that's one side of the coin. The other side is you track through a lot of great gear with transformers and a lot of color and thickening on the way in, and then you have to do way less when you're mixing. Then you could pull up anything and mix that, and it will take you less time and it'll sound great because it already sounds great. You're just sort of tucking everything in. You're finding the little bits of the bed that ain't been tucked in yet, and you're just sort of tucking them in. That could be awesome too. They're both fine ways to work. But they're that idea of like going through a patch bay can be very dirty. So a lot of people don't prefer it nowadays. They just want to go directly into whatever interface, like just, or some really, really clean preamp into the interface and take the patch bay out of the thing altogether. Like don't use this patch bay because it's adding dirt, it's adding whatever. No console in and out, just clean preamp into the interface, into the converters. That's it. On a crazy note, I love using the JCF converters because I feel like the preamp on the Latte. So the Latte has a preamp and a converter built in. There's a magic to that because I am kind of close to the idea that the more you run through, the more noise you're adding. I like noise though, so it really comes down to personal taste. When I want a super clean sound though, I won't go through like my old Neve channels through the 1176 compressor. I will just go right into the Latte through those preamps, which feed directly in to the AD. So there's it's like not an extra cable, not an extra nothing, just directly into the Latte. And then out of the Latte, you get this beautiful, pristine, you can drive the preamps if you want, but that thing is just, it's kind of I've said it before, it's kind of a world beater, but it's also as much as a car. So, keep that in mind. You can do this with a ton of stuff. I know people who really like, whatchamacallit, what interface was it? It was one of these portable interfaces that had super low noise. The Neumann interface, I think it was, because the noise floor on those preamps they were super clean, really low noise preamps. So I remember having some back and forth with a couple of people on that, saying how they really like the sound of that because it's so clean, and then you do whatever you want in the box. So it's like there's so many ways that you can get stuff done. And that thing was like $1,000, I think. That thing at the time. There may even be another version of that now. I don't know. It's like the M48 or something. I don't know what it was called, but it was a small portable interface that I remember thinking, oh, that's cool. That's really cool. You can get super clean, awesome, preamp quality out of a portable interface nowadays. That's pretty cool. And I've never tried it, so I can't weigh in, but that's what they were saying. All right, we're going to print this, and I'm going to finish this up tomorrow or the next day because I am at that point where I already know it's good and I don't need to sweat it. And at the same time, I don't want to make decisions that I wind up going back and forth on. And I think I did the last thing I wanted to do, whatever that was. I got a little lost in whatever I was doing before the chat, on that last chat run. GDP wrote, if we travel back to 1965 and told musicians and engineers that we're having all these discussions, they'd either kill us or send us to a mental institution. Yeah, sometimes I want Glyn Johns to like be my best friend. It's not going to happen, but I want that so that I can be like, "Hey Glyn, we were talking about pan depth today and blah blah blah." And he'd be like, "Why? Go do something," in his, British accent of awesomeness. Like, stop talking about stuff that doesn't matter, or whatever he would. I don't know how he would say it, but it'd be something like that. I think I'm not that good at a British accent. That's the best I could do. It'd be something like that. Some of them would probably geek out with us, and some of them would tell us that everything we're talking about doesn't matter. That's my guess, Braxel. That's what would probably happen. Yeah, I wonder how Lennon would take it. I wonder how Lennon would deal with recording stuff, knowing that there's an unlimited amount of tracks, because that was the gripe of, if you used a 4-track and you had to bounce everything down, and you were in mono, so you 3 tracks bounce to the 4th, maybe you do another 3, or maybe you'd keep something on 3 and then do 2 tracks and bounce to 1, then save 1. What a crazy, commit all day on steroids, essentially. Just keep committing and keep running everything through the Fairchild. Run it again through the Fairchild. Should we use a Fairchild? Well, we have one, so. I mean, that's probably what they said. Should we use a Fairchild? Well, we have one. They probably had 3. Well, we have 3, so yes. At the time, they probably had 1. But then they probably built another one as soon as they started using it, because they're like, we're going to need another one of these, of course. That's my guess. I got to watch that Get Back documentary. I've seen bits and pieces and never the whole thing all the way through, and I need to. Nightbot showing up as soon as we start talking about digital stuff. Yeah, if they had all this and a good engineer, who knows what would have been. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Rather, how many times would the good engineer have fallen in the trap of, let's try every plugin? Sometimes. The Chemical Brothers on steroid, yeah. Chemical Bros, back with another one of those block rocking beats. Yeah, bounce was the way to do it. I bounce tracks when I used a 4-track. I know what that's like. I know what it's like having I thought it was the right balance, and now I'm realizing the freaking tambourine is the solo, and it's the lead guitar. Perfect. You ever notice that a lot of old records too, like whatever they did last stands out too much because it's just always that way. Do you notice that? It's usually things like tambourine or triangle or stuff like that. It's not all of them. They did a great job. I'm not saying they didn't, but there's also moments where you're like, wow, that was clearly like bounced down and there's nothing they could do about it. Yeah, YouTube definitely makes people better guitar players, Braxel. It's actually not just guitar. It's anything that has to do with a skill can be learned today because we all have access to a huge library. That's pretty amazing. It's a library of information, and a lot of it's really good information. So, if my water cooler breaks, I can find a video on how to fix it. Back in the day, you used to have to call a water cooler guy, and there ain't that many of those. So you know what I'm saying. But it's just people knew things, and now everybody knows things. Interesting. It's probably good and bad, but it's pretty great from where I stand. From where I stand, it's pretty great because the amount of times I was like, I wish I knew how to cook this, and now all of a sudden I know how to cook a leg of lamb because I watched this amazing, this grandma, this Nona, just do her thing, and freaking this is how you do it. in an amazing accent, being like, and then you try and it's like the best thing you've ever had in your entire life. Like, what are we talking about here? How is that not good? I couldn't cook like that without that kind of knowledge. And not everybody, has somebody in their family who could teach them how to cook an amazing leg of lamb. You get what I'm saying. Steven Slate ecosystem might be perfect for you, unders. I don't know. I hate any subscription models. I steer clear. For unders, maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. I gotta watch that documentary though. It's the Beatles is awesome. Anything Beatles, I gotta watch. The Beatles, and you can learn how to cook a fancy hamburger. Fancy hamburger, throw it on a smoker. That's how you cook a good hamburger or a steak or anything. Just throw it on a smoker. But when it comes to a freaking leg of lamb, I could do a video on that now just because I learned how to do it. But I wouldn't just pawn that recipe off as my own. That's an amazing recipe I found. Delicious. I'll tell you the trick to cooking a good leg of lamb. This is the trick in 10 seconds. You got to find the gland in there. Often they don't cut it out all the way. They might cut some of it out. But if you leave the gland in there, there's a gland in there, and it's a smell gland. It's terrible. If you don't get rid of that, it's all over for you. The lamb ain't never going to taste good. You get that gland out of there. You figure out what it looks like. You get it out. And now all of a sudden, all bets are off. Once you've done that, you shove it full of garlic. Lots of garlic. It probably can't have too much garlic, but you shove it in there. You poke it in there. What else do you do? You take onions. You cut them in half. You put them down in the crock pot or whatever. You put the lamb thing after you've seasoned it all up with a bunch of great stuff. And that's up to you what you want to do in there. But rosemary, garlic, like I told you about the garlic, salt, pepper, the normal stuff. Just get it all seasoned, put all that in there. You shove the garlic and the rosemary into it, like literally poke it in there, shove it in there. On top of that, the onions cut in half, I'll put it right on top. Put a little white wine in there. Put a little, what else do you do? Lemon, white wine. What else was in there? I think we shaved some of the lemon, like the peel. You need a little of that in there. But the point is, it cooks covered, and then it just melts down. And then what do you got? The best thing ever in this like lemon, garlicky, buttery sauce. It can't be beat. I'm convinced. Musictron. That's the bicycle horn of welcome. How you doing? Thanks for dropping in and for leg of lamb all at the same time. That's our leg of lamb glockenspiel. Writing recipe down. I'll share the video that I followed on the Discord. So jump over there if you haven't seen it, but worth it. Not only do we mix here, we share great cooking recipes. That video, I don't share links to videos, but that one needs to be shared, I think, because it was the best thing ever. And I ignored some of it. Some of it was like, whenever there's stuff that's too hard, I just determine, what do I need to I can eliminate that. There's a part where they cook some stuff first, and then they go back. And they basically, after they've like seared it for color or whatever, then they do the whatever. I actually eliminated that part because it was easier. Came out amazing. It's still my favorite dish in the entire world. I would maybe follow it to a T, but I left out the like cook it first on this other thing that I would then have to clean and then take it out, then put it on the onions in the crock pot. I just went straight crock pot with it. That's the way to go, if you ask me. But yeah, so we're boogieing on down. Let's run one of these. We're gonna print it, and then we shall finish this up on another day. The last thing I was checking, now I think I remember, it was the freaking cymbals, right? And that snare. It was just the snare and the cymbals. That's where I was. It was just like, how loud are they?
She walked by me.
I'm going to make this a little lower so it doesn't stick out at us so much, but I actually don't hate the volume of it. It's actually okay. Just that 1.6 is the thing where it's like, do I barely want to hear the difference? 0.8. Do I want to hear it, but a low amount? 1.6 dB. Like 0.8, 1.6. Don't think in the middle. It'll save you a lot of time. It's not about 0.4. It's about like half dB is close enough to 0.8. Trust me. A good engineer will hear the difference between 0.8 and 0, like not making a change and making a change by negative 0.8. You'll hear the difference, but the average person will not. And then 1.6, the average person who's good ear you will definitely hear it, but at the same time, that little bit, those between 0.8 and 1.6, that's the money. I'm telling you, that's the money. If you could always mess around between the dBs, but do that at the very end when you're really tweaking. Getting it there, way easier when you think in 0.8s.
Try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Try to get to me. Try to get to you. Try to get to me. I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer. Was guilty and so innocent that I screamed out her name.
About 3 dB on each one of these. I lowered the top end a little just so it wouldn't give us so much air on top of this cymbal.
Try to get to me. I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer.
Just going to sort of split the difference a little bit.
Try to get to me. I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer. Was guilty and so innocent that I screamed out her name.
All right, let's run one. We're going to call it right there with that. We'll come back into the chat as soon as this thing is done printing, and we will do a final wrap up. The Discord link, Musictron, is up and running. GDP just sent you the new one. There's something about the whatchamahoosit. The what, I don't know. I can't figure out why, even though when I click, don't let this link expire, it freaking does some crazy. Why is it doing that? Somebody explain that to me. I don't quite get it. I don't know what the deal is over there. We're trying to figure it out. But I can tell you, GDP's got a fresh link for you right there. Absolutely. So check that out. Let us run one of these. We're printing the mix, and we shall do final finishing touches on another day. But at the moment, we want to see where we're at. We want to kind of keep track, and we want to keep this relatively reasonable length here. So I come in here, I jam out to whatever the session's called. This one says 1A, so I'm calling it 1A. There's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason when it says A or B. Or sometimes I just throw an A on there out of nowhere, but it's not really relevant what it says. I always kind of have my own method. like M is, I don't even need to, it's just silly to explain. Everybody has their own method that they like to label stuff, so it's not really relevant. Here we go. But what I used to do with hybrid was I used to often put a lot of the settings I needed to remember for the gear right in the file name. So like on the Neve 5060, if I used the, blue silk and then red silk on the MBP, like the order was always 5060 first and then into the other stuff, MBP, Fusion, whatever, however I had it set up. But I'd literally write like, BR for like blue silk on the 5060, R on red silk on the MBP. Like I'd put all these things in the file name that looked crazy, but I could decode it without needing comments to tell me what things were set at. And I would try to stay within that zone and never go too far away from where the stuff was. I've talked about this before. It's part of the reason I hated hybrid was because, I loved it because I did it for so long, but I hated the fact that I really couldn't touch knobs without having to take pictures. It's a disaster. It's not good. It still takes time and it's terrible. You got a camera in the perfect place to see all these freaking little dots. It's terrible. It's not fun. So you got to either do that, you got to do a number of things to make sure you can get back to where you are, or just don't touch stuff. And that was way easier, takes way less time. So you wind up having all this stuff that you never touch. It's perfect. Perfect. I got all the knobs. Can't touch them. Beautiful. Or you print everything back into the system afterwards, in which case you need the AD and DA set up for that, and lots of AD and DA essentially, and you could do that. Your call. So my A1314 is routed to the AES output, which is just arbitrary, but I set up output A1314 to the AES out because that feeds my DAC. So the AES out, digital goes digitally into the latte, which is the DAC that sounds amazing, into the ATCs. So that's how I hear stuff. But A1314, I didn't even check this on headphones, but I'm not going to either because we're already kind of at that time. A1314 sits there, and if I was going to do this without you guys, like if I was printing a mix and there was no YouTube feed, it wouldn't be 1314. I would just take it from here. But I need you guys to basically hear everything that's happening, including fades. Speaking of which, I forgot to do a fade out at the end. We got to do that fade out. And the rest is set. Interleave 2496. That's good. NMP3. Importers mouse directory. Let's put this in the right spot. Okay, so we're in the right spot. It's all good. Now let's just add our fade and we can be calling it. Fade this. Fade this. I'm going to have to check this in headphones because it's the only way I can get close enough to hear it. That's my least favorite part about when I move a marker. Sometimes it gets stuck and then it moves into some weird position, like you just saw. So I just undo. Undo's the best, man. Gotta love undo. At the end, you just want 4/100ths of a second. Now, when you look up here and you see a decimal, tenths, hundredths. So if this thing is done wherever the fade is, let's say the audio goes all the way and the fade was like the band is still playing. It's easy to think about. And you fade out to 0. What you want is to make sure you have at least space on that. Don't just wherever the, that 0 point is, just print that's not the end. You need to give it a little extra love, for wherever it goes. Like I always look at it like you can't tell, like 400ths of a second is nothing. It's so quick, but that'll give you that little bit of cushion where it won't feel super crazy awkward from one song to the next. I'll even overshoot that. That's the minimum, is my point. You don't have to pick. It's not always that. It's the minimum. No less than that. So when I'm over here, 2/8, 3/2 would obviously be a, 4. But I go beyond it. I'll go to whatever this is. Well, I just usually click it, and as long as I'm above the 400ths of a second, I'm okay. And see what I'm saying? That happens sometimes. I hate that. It's my least favorite thing ever. How that like jumps around on me. Jump up and get down. Jump. I'm the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. What do you guys think of when you remember that song? Do you know what I think of? Mrs. Doubtfire. You know the scene where he gets a divorce, like in the beginning of that movie? It's I remember that video, obviously, from MTV and everything. It was all over the place. It was constantly being played. It was a great song. Let's face it. It's a great song. But in Mrs. Doubtfire, it really cemented it when they're throwing the party and he gets divorced because of it. And the freaking... That's the song when she busts in. I think that's the song when the wife comes home. Yeah, I need a smoother fade than this. It's just sometimes to get this right, I'll literally do the freaking fader automation thing where pulling it down feels, you can get it so much more smooth, but this is often enough. Yeah, I'm the dude who just takes a while to do fades. That's me. That's right. That's me. That's who I am. You need a fade? Sure. I'll see you in 7 to 10 business days with your fade. All right. Now the intro, sometimes I fade that in too. Sometimes you need it on something like this where there's a little, like there's this muted part. It's not just a note. It might sound more natural than just showing up out of nowhere. Like, hey, song starting. Just be careful. A quick fade will make something sound rushed. Same thing on the front, 400ths of a second, no less. Just as a rule, just keep that in your head. So we're at 0.45, so we crawl back, and we're way beyond it, so we're good. We're way beyond it. Where are we at? We're 4. All right, so this is 3.9. We're good. As long as it's like 6, 7, as long as it's over 4, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? So 3.9, solid. All right, there we go. Are we back, GDP? Is everything solid? Everything working? I appreciate that, Vic. Yo, yes, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Thanks for watching. We're going to print where we're at right now so you guys can hear the final results of today, but this should be finished shortly, either tomorrow or the next day. It'll be finished. I got to check the schedule. We're going to figure that out. But I love doing these streams, so get a song ready, get it queued up, throw notifications on. When you see I'm about to show up, you'll see a couple hours ahead of time usually. I'll try to get it as early up as I can on the notice thing, but when you see that notice up, you jump in your session, it'll facilitate the good quality work. That's what I'm saying. Be part of this community. You guys are awesome, and we welcome you. So as soon as I'm done here with this print, jump in the chat to answer any remaining questions and finish this thing up. And I really sincerely appreciate the love from all y'all. Thank you. I appreciate that more than you know. I like this Braxel comment here. Braxel wrote, I label mixes like this. XXX 4-26. Yeah, I like that. And then I changed to A and B and so on. Yeah, that's not a bad move. That's not a bad move. So with a lot of people, they do a final mix, the real final mix, the absolute final mix. No, this for real is the final mix. Like they do that. That's always a disaster, if you ask me. Anytime you label something final mix, one thing for sure, there's going to be 17 more changes. So the last thing I would do is call it the final mix. I would probably call it rough. It'll probably be the final mix. That's what I'm saying. It's just, you're more likely. You got to stack the odds in your favor, all right? That's what you got to do. So now we're rocking and rolling. We're over here. Wave 1314, interleave 2496 at MP3. Okay, we're good to go. Let's run this. Stand by for printing. Here we go. I ain't going nowhere. Stick with me. Here we go. We're going to do final wrap-ups, thank yous, and all the good stuff as soon as this song is finished printing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the moment there, but as soon as I threw on headphones, I heard something I have to fix. And that's always why I do it, because you'll hear it with a new perspective. I got to address something here. When I threw this VOG plugin on, I don't think I tweaked it after. I'm actually going to put a little, I could I'll just use another SSL plugin, but I could do this with anything. It doesn't really matter, but I'll just for the sake of argument, use another one of these.
She walked by me.
It's actually not as much of a change as I could probably just do it here. Hold on. I want to just basically gut the thing a little bit. That's what I want. I want to gut it a little bit. So Pro Q3 might be the move. Just slight guttage. I try to turn away when I'm messing with it so I don't actually see it. There's probably a way to shut the visual off. I just don't really ever use that. I don't know how to do that. How do you shut the visual off?
It's killing their insides, and they're screaming.
That's what's up. I definitely don't have Pro Q4. I definitely don't. Never. I'm not getting it either. I don't buy into it. Yep. GDP, you don't have Pro Q4 either? Braxel, where's the Strawberry Trees? So, Strawberry Trees is coming at you, man. It's gonna be on that release coming at you. I'm gonna keep everyone updated and let you know when that's happening. Strawberry Trees. Strawberry trees forever. Let me tree you down, 'cause I'm treeing too. Strawberry trees. All right, we're going for it. I think I was just startled by how things sound on those headphones in general. I'm not used to the MM500s like I should be. I'm getting there though. They definitely tell you a lot about low end. I'll give you that. They definitely tell me a lot about low end.
If you weren't so cynical, and I'd make you a criminal. So you steal a gunfight and shoot up all day. Gonna try to get to you before you try to get to me. They want to erase you before you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They want to erase you. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer who was guilty and so innocent that I screamed out her name. Now I'm calling the criminals, 'cause I need somewhere else to go. Take what is not mine, cast out in shame. They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Will you try to get to me? They're gonna try to get to you. Will you try to get to me? They want to erase you. Gonna try to get to you.
As soon as I take the VOG off, I'm gonna turn down the amplitude a bit. The problem that I'm hearing goes away, like it never was there. That VOG is not always necessary. I'll tell you that. And in here, it's super clear in here that it's really woofy. That the VOG plugin is making my kick something that it wasn't prior to adding this.
Gonna try to get to you before you try to get to me. They want to erase you. Before you try to get to me.
I'm just not going to use it. We're going to keep it off. Both of these. The Pro Q3 doesn't need to be there when this thing's off. So I'm going to leave that off. And some of that could be a result of turning stuff up, but I'd much rather use one plugin to get the kick sound than to use 3. So the final lesson I'll leave you with while I print the last version is you don't always need to have 3 or 4 things. And once you start tweaking the third thing by like adding a fourth, or you start tweaking, the second thing you added by adding a third, just try taking the 2 things at the off. Go back to the one thing, and then can't tell you how many times that saved me from making a mistake. Like right now, I was like, why am I fixing this with a Pro Q3 when I'm creating my own problem by using this sub-octave on the kick thing? That's not just sub-octave, it's giving me a lot of woof. So why add that to cut when the bass is taking up plenty of space at the bottom? What do we need? The kick's just got to be heard. It doesn't have to rock the whole bottom of this freaking thing.
You weren't so cynical. Not make you a criminal. So you steal a gunfight and shoot up all day. Gonna try to get to you before you try to get to me. Why she walk by me? Why she walk past? Why she walk by me? Why she walk past? Why she walk by me? Why she walk past?
This is one of the few times I actually really enjoy, I enjoy it without the sidecar on it. And I don't typically say that. It's one of my favorite plugins on the mix.
All day. Gonna try to get to you before you try to get to me. Before you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. Before you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Before you try to get to me. I'm calling the animals, 'cause I call me a murderer who was guilty and so innocent that
Sidecar is definitely one of my favorites. No question, Braxel. Absolutely no question. All right, I'm feeling that now, at least for where we're at the moment. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. That's true, Braxel. I also love some Space Echo stuff. Space Echoes, I think one day, like a Space Echo will find its way into here. I love that thing. I love how you can play it. I love how it's got tape feeding all crazy through the top of it. There's so many things I love about a Galaxy Tape Echo. That Galaxy Space Echo is awesome. I love that Stuart Copeland had one and talks about it in the Rick Beato interview on like how he would basically play one of those to get it to do cool stuff in his early kind of era of playing, you know, his reggae awesomeness. He would crack the snare every once in a while and get it to do, you know, what the dub thing, that amazingness. But he used to, like, he definitely owned a Space Echo, I think, and that's probably also why I love it. Took the compression out of the circuit because I was like, you know, we're snapping on snapping. Snapping on snapping. We don't want to do that. So I was already kind of satisfied with the SSL sound, and I'm determining whether I even need this at all. And it was too bright with 1 dB at 20K, too bright. It was too bright with a little 3K, 5K, 1 dB, no good. So 800 feels kind of right. 0 dB, 0 dB. So we're barely touching the EQ, but we are using a little filter on the bottom. 20 hertz, high-pass filter. Little bit. No compression. It's out of the circuit. So we're using the line amp and the flavor of this thing for its kind of subtle depth amazingness. And we took a lot of stuff out. So I was always curious with this plugin, like, what is it that makes it great? Like, where is the greatness? What could I take out and still keep the greatness? You see what I'm saying? And what I'm learning is this thing's really cool, just barely, you know, just hitting the line amp. And I'm trying to get the level to match what's going on out of the bus comp so that when I turn it on and off, I'm close to level matched. going to leave it off. This is a mix that we'll leave it off and we will revisit tomorrow. But as I'm listening back and forth, I just now 3 times in a row, I kept trying to get the volume close. So I keep making this thing louder to just try to get it to win. But at the moment, it still seems like I prefer it better without it.
Try to get to me. Oh, you try to get to me. They're gonna try to get to you. Oh, you try to get to me.
All right, it's finally louder, so it's winning. Let's get it closer. It's really tough to get it close. Anybody know there was a button here that you could push to go from mod 1 to mod 2? It's nothing to do with switching this. It's a mod of these settings on the line amp, I'm guessing. I don't know, because that's the thing that goes off when I turn this off. So it's probably just a mod of the line amp. Anybody knew about that? I'm sure there's a manual that knows all of this stuff. Manual! Do you know this stuff? Probably. It's pretty interesting. Makes it kind of tough to judge whether it's better or worse, because when you turn the line amp off, there's that ramp of volume. So it definitely is not put there to be able to do an A and B easily. All right, we're leaving it on. I keep changing my mind. We're going to leave it on, I think. We're going to leave it on. We're going to leave it on. I lost track of what's going on here. I lost track. But yep, cheap Casio. For one of those popular songs. Cheap Casios are used on a lot of popular songs. Yeah, it's definitely something like that, Brax. All right, here we go. We're printing one. Bear with me. All right, and we're back. And we're back. That was cool. That was fun. That was fun to listen to. That was enjoyable in headphones for the first time, straight through. I liked it. I'll tell you the truth. Thank you for some of those compliments in there. The bass player is like, you know how when you have, this is how I look at it, right? Van Halen was an amazing sounding band, and Eddie's the star, right? In this is one of those unique situations where the bass player the bass in this band, this is Paulie T from B, right? He's so good that I would be doing a disservice to this song by not having the bass in your face. That's how I look at it. And that's why I keep it there. Or at least my goal is always to make sure I can hear all the articulation, everything he's playing, and I want a lot of low end to come from the bass, as opposed to like a lot of it coming from the kick or something, because there's so much personality that comes through his bass that we need to hear it. It's a very conscious decision. You know, when you listen to the Chili Peppers, it's, in my opinion, Flea, you know, and Frusciante actually said this. You know, John Frusciante was like, he looks at it like the bass is the lead instrument in the Chili Peppers. So his role on the guitar is to support the bass, and the bass is the lead. And there's an interesting thought there, because my bass player's favorite band is the Chili Peppers. Paulie T's favorite band out the gate, Chili Peppers. And, you know, the dude's got the history of all the amazing stuff under his belt, in terms of JPJ is another one of his favorite bass players and stuff. But Flea is definitely, like, you know, a force to be reckoned with. An amazing bass player, an amazing artist in general. The way he crafts his lines are really good. And you could kind of feel on some of the runs, there's this cool, like, you know, JPJ mixed with the vibe of Flea. And you cannot mix that the way you would make it if it was just like an average bass player. You cannot mix the bass in that position. It just doesn't work. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't work for me. I need to be able to hear that as if it's the lead instrument, because the dude is that good. So that's my dissertation there on why the bass is my favorite instrument to mix when I love the sound. When I love the sound of the bass and the player on bass, like the combination of ideas. If the bass ideas are great and they're executed well, man, it's so refreshing to be able to let a bass take more of a kind of a front position rather than just have it where it's like, oh, I can kind of hear it's playing the same root notes as everything else. Perfect. It's like, what? It's the opposite of what this kind of dude brings to the table. So you got to let that shine. And this is a good reason why, depending on what you mix, will determine how you mix it. If you have a band where, like, the bass is an afterthought, and it's just, you know, maybe one guy played everything and he also played bass, the bass is not going to take this sort of a role. You know, it's very much dependent on what's the thing that is the star of the show, so to speak. The bass keeps me interested the entire time I'm listening to the song. And, you know, the guitar part should be more repetitive when the bass is keeping it that interesting. If everybody's doing crazy, trying to keep it all crazy, it becomes kind of wearing. So I don't know. I'm feeling the bass on here. One of those runs at the end, the one where I'm like, do, 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 do. I was doing it with my head. It's impossible not to do that. It's ridiculous. It's so cool. I soloed that earlier so people could hear what that was, just because I love that line. It's such a good line. That bass line he played was ridiculous at the end of the song. So yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff. So let me throw some thank yous in here. And I also want to say that when this thing gets finished up, if you're curious what goes on, I automate stuff because no mix is finished until these VCAs that you see that exist in this track, which right now are not grouped. See, nothing's in them. I dump the tracks in to the respective VCAs. I go through, add a little bit of life using touch automation mainly, so that when I let go, it goes back to the balance that I like. It's important I achieve a balance I like before I do automation for that reason. And again, this is just my workflow. You can do it however you want. I know some guys automate very early so that they don't have to, you know, make as many EQ moves necessarily, because they will make everything, or focus on volume first, so that then later they like, oh, now I don't have to bring up, I don't know, I'll give you the low end on the kick, because when it's automated like this, I hear more of it, so it's enough, or whatever. It's different ways to look at it, but it could be on guitar or anything. But that's a concept. Also, I just don't subscribe to that school. I go the other way, which is, let's get it to sound great as if there's no automation. Then when I add automation, I'm just bringing life, little bits of life to parts at different times, 1 dB, 2 dB, could be however many dB I decide. But as I go through it, I can create more of a momentum of the track, where it might, be a little chiller, and then like a roller coaster, it keeps getting crazier. Towards the end, it's as crazy as it's going to get, because that's the culmination of the track. And it's not always like that, but in this song, it's definitely like that. So we shall return tomorrow or the next day, and we will basically knock this thing out of the park, finish it up completely. So everybody's welcome to join. If you haven't seen one of these, it's not like some people are, not. If you're here, you should chat, say something, say hi, anything, because I always appreciate the new faces. I never forget the new names. Every time we get new names, I really appreciate it. We got a bunch. I just hit play accidentally, but luckily we're good. Undo clip nudge. Uh-oh. What did I nudge? Terrible. The iPad just fell on the thing and like nudged stuff. What? What happened? There we go. Nudge. And then the reorder. No, we don't need to reorder again. Okay, good. Back to where we were before. Unscathed. Here we go. Unscathed. Scathed. Unscathed. That's the gotta have a hamburger Braxel. That's the gotta have a hamburger Braxel voice. Okay, here we go. Yeah, and I don't know what went down with the skipping or whatever. Sometimes I feel like that's an internet thing. Every once in a while, some of the upload gets whatever. But luckily, we've had a pretty good track record of everything goes through pretty smooth. When craziness happens and it might glitch for a second or two, that's out of our control. So hopefully it's all good. Now, what do we got? Thank you to Mr. Psychotronic 5406, James Campbell, Pongmaster 123, Shigiono TH Music, who joined Discord today. Also, Vicchio Beats, BCO Beats, who joined Discord today. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome. Our Discord is relatively new, so every name on there, you're in early. It's like you show up early, you reserved your seats, you know what's really good, and I appreciate it, and so does GDP. Now, what else we got? We got Sonic Soundwork, also Studio Sessions. I want to say thank you to, who was in the live before, when we were diagnosing an issue that happened before we started. When we attempted to go live the first time, something crazy went down. I had to reboot the whole thing, trash the preferences, do the whole thing. And then we got back up. So Studio Sessions was in there. And then we got iRevolver 21, Metro Space Cadet, Audio Guy 1994. And I can't forget about Toeman 7729. Unders, the man Unders came through for the first time tonight. Lycopene Rock, mixed by XE Wave, Brian Peon Tech 6113, Warheart Arts, Braxel 1, Musictron, who also just joined the Discord. That's amazing. And Ostrich, stopping, coming through, doing your thing. I appreciate all you guys. Let's do one bicycle horn of good luck, prosperity, and amazingness for this week. Keep that up. Everybody keep the confidence up. Keep the flow up. Everybody can mix. Everybody can master. Whatever it is that you're about, you can all do it. And if I missed anybody on the thank yous, I apologize. If there's any questions or anything you guys want me to address, feel free to throw it in the comments on this video or any others that I've dropped, because I'm on this page right now of getting back to all the comments. So it's going to be great. I was just out sick for a solid week, so I'm feeling much, much better today, and that's why I was able to get this done for you guys. But yeah, so everybody be well. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I also want to thank GDP from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, GDP. And the guy helps this thing run smooth. He's flying the plane through the sky while I'm over here, manning the ship. He's up there flying everything from Japan, making sure we come in smooth and we have a smooth takeoff, smooth landing, and the whole thing runs flawlessly. So we do our absolute best and we build it as we fly it. So don't ever think you need to be all ready to do anything. You don't. You don't need to be doing that. Just start a rocking and then you'll figure it out as you go. Bottom line, when it comes to anything, making videos, streaming, just, whatever it is you haven't done yet that you're looking to do and you're worried, don't worry about it, honestly. You think if I waited till we were ready, we would have never done any of these. I'm still not ready to do these things without having some sort of a hitch. There's always a hitch. There's always a problem. It goes off with hitches, and you fix them as you go. No problem. No big deal. All good. And we got this thing sorted out. So I think we're pretty solid. It's okay. Braxel wrote, sorry you were sick. I mean, I was blaming you, Braxel. No, it ain't your fault. If anything, you're probably the one keeping me not being sick because you're always telling me to go eat something, and I appreciate that. It's and Mixed by XU Wave. I want to throw a special reminder out there to get well, and and throw him a shout out. The dude just got back from the hospital, and he's on his way to recovery. So that's awesome. Hopefully the worst is behind you and everything from here on out is smooth sailing. You're the man. Thank you for checking it out and, being part of this thing. I really appreciate it. So big thanks to everybody. And I appreciate that. Shigiono TH Music. I really appreciate the love there. Thank you. And we will finish this thing up with a little bit of life, a little bit of automation love, a little bit of flavor saver stuff that I like to add in there. So you guys are awesome. And anybody I forgot, I sincerely apologize. Join our Discord. The link is in the description. And I will post that recipe for that leg of lamb over there too, because it's a link to a video with a recipe. So that's the best we're going to be able to do. And it's great stuff. Mr. Psychotronic, I think you were on this list. Hopefully, yeah, you're in the top. You're on the top of the list over here. All right. You guys are awesome. It's about to be food time. So grabbing some food, making it happen. Just everybody keep in mind, all right? You guys can all do this. This is not something that, only the special people can do. You could do it, and the better you get, it's because you're doing it more. It's a direct correlation. You get better the more you do. So never feel like you're not good enough. You just probably just need to keep doing it more and more and more. Then you'll be as good as you want to be, because it's as often as you want to sit down to work on stuff. That's how good you'll be. So bottom line, join us, be part of the crew, be part of this thing, be on the other side of the hallway with us while we're in this giant studio mixing, which is, our universe, essentially. You guys are amazing. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being a part of this thing. And I forgot Tom Jones, according to Braxel. All right. Taking off. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy.